Prayer by a chaplain to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our truth for today comes from Psalm 33, verse 20. Our soul waits for the Lord. He is our help, and He is our shield. Let's pray. O Lord, our God and merciful Father, how you delight in your children coming boldly to you. You instruct us to wait for the Lord, and in His word I put my hope. My soul waits for the Lord more than the watchman waits for the morning. The Lord is good to those who wait for Him. To the soul who seeks Him, it is good to wait quietly for the deliverance of the Lord. Lord, speak, for your servants are listening in this assembly today. Your servants need your discernment and perfect wisdom. We pray that you would grant that in a mighty way. For apart from you, we can do nothing. So we come beseeching you, the God of heaven, who rules over the affairs of heaven and earth. We, your creatures, are prone to our fleshly desires because of our Adamic nature. Please guide our proceedings that we might be your servants, seeking to please you, the Most High God, the ruler of the affairs of this state. In our most uncertain hour, may we acknowledge you, and that we would understand that we are loved with an everlasting love that will never fade away and will never let us go. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, sir.
All right, members, we're in the roll call. Please record your presence. We're in the roll call.
Welcome to State House Today. I'm Gavin Jackson along with Maayan Schechter here in the State House lobby. It is Wednesday, May 6, 2026. It is Wednesday, which means it's going to be a long one, Maayan. Apparently, from what we've been hearing, no doubt.
That's what we've been told.
We'll jump back into the House in a moment. They've gavelled in already. The Senate's coming in at 1 o'clock. And we already know that everyone's been adding pages to their calendars instead of subtracting. I know I keep talking about that, but it's like I'm watching these calendars like, okay, like we got 4 more working days after today left in this session. This is the last big Wednesday. Obviously, a lot's going to happen next Wednesday, but you know, when it comes to getting bills through these chambers and having to get the required amount of readings and get them over to where they need to be in order to get on the calendar or pulled off out of committee, I mean, you need to really start making moves today and tomorrow to have any viability for any of these bills, these long shot bills that aren't already on calendars to make it through.
Absolutely. I mean, we're already seeing some full committees get canceled today. Now, I'm not saying that necessarily is an indicator of anything, but we're also seeing the maybe finale of a lot of full committees, education, LCI, 3M. So yes, one would be perhaps hopeful that we are starting to cross over the threshold of needing to have any kind of committee work on bills. It's really clearly both chambers have had over 40-page calendars. That's a lot of floor time.
Yeah, and we saw some activity yesterday too, which we can recap in a minute. But Maayan, I want to talk to you because you just came from the House Rules Committee meeting. If you've been reading the gavel at scetv.org/the gavel, we're really all about talking about redistricting right now because it is so hot. There's a lot of fluidity to this situation. Like we talked about yesterday, everything we talked about yesterday I think is out the window today.
Yeah.
Because we're like, there's no way that this could happen all of a sudden, but things started changing. We heard from the Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey. He's been getting calls from not just folks in the White House, but the actual president 2 days in a row talking to him about considering looking at some of these maps, and we can get more into this. But you were just in that Rules Committee meeting. What's the latest? Where are we going right now?
Right, so the House Rules Committee voted 12-2. Obviously, it's a Republican-controlled committee. They adopted an amended sine die resolution, and essentially the new sine die resolution opens up the allowance of them coming back for a special session in addition to deal with the budget, vetoes, appointments, conference committees. Now they would have the option to deal with redistricting. It's very, very narrow to the congressional districts, of course. It doesn't include the House of Representatives or anything else, including the Senate. That, we're told, is going to be the #1 issue that is taken up on the floor today in the House. It requires a 2/3, as a higher threshold, 2/3 vote to pass. And then we do expect the Senate to take that sine die resolution up today as well. It also requires a 2/3. Now, Republicans hold a supermajority in both the House and the Senate. That's obviously important. We do expect a lengthy debate over in the House. We also they likely have the votes to pass it. The biggest question is what happens in the Senate, because as you mentioned, Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey has said he opposes redoing and untying the sine die resolution, which already passed the Senate back in February. It was a clean one. He also opposes dealing with redistricting, and there are also other Republican senators. And then, of course, we have to keep this in mind. There is a representative in the House who is running for Congress in the 1st District, and there is one running for the 5th District in the Senate. So this could be a very, very long debate for both chambers.
Can they get that on the floor today for debate? No one's got 24-hour that?
No, I think there is enough willpower behind this resolution. They want to get it done. Again, this is, as leaders have emphasized, this is the first step in the process, but it is the most important step in the first process because without a sine die resolution, of course, governor can call the back and they can pretty much do whatever. He can't dictate, but at least this is kind of a narrow thing. And also, it's a signal perhaps also to some of the more conservative Republican legislators. We're not adding open party primaries. We're not, adding whatever else you want to add. It's going to be straight up the clean sine die resolution, as we just talked about, and also redistricting.
Which is super interesting because we've seen this play out so far in other states too, where they've been pushing for this. We saw in Indiana some lawmakers, some state senators get voted out recently because they were against pushing forward doing a similar redistricting plan in their state. We've also seen in Louisiana where that court ruling was directly affecting them, the governor is suspending their primaries, even though 41,000 people have already voted absentee there. So nothing's out of the realm of expectation here in South Carolina. Of course, we've already been talking about how overseas ballots have already been mailed. Our primary is June 9th. Again, there's a lot of people running in the 1st Congressional District, a huge race down there, including Mark Smith, like you're saying, in the House, and Wes Clymer in the Senate for the 5th Congressional District. So there's a lot of things at play here, too. And it just seems like, if they can't agree on doing some of these other small things like THC, we'll put that after the primaries and sine die, for example, because of the election volatility and the hubbub around it. All of a sudden, you're going to shoehorn in changing the entire primary calendar before June 9th. It just seems so fantastical.
Right. I mean, and also let's be clear, there is no map yet. We have not seen a map. There is going to require the committee process in both the House and the Senate. And again, we still don't even know if the Senate is going to agree to an amended sine die. This could go to a conference committee itself. Obviously, changing the election schedule is something that is weighing heavy. I do believe for House leadership and also for Senate leadership, ballots have already been printed. Ballots have already been sent to overseas voters, those who are in the military. And additionally, if they do return for a special session to deal with redistricting, let's assume, you can probably hear some drums outside in the background, let's assume that they come back the week after sine die, May 14th, so that would be probably a good, reasonable assumption. That's a week before early voting begins. Right? And so you have to be able to tell the state election commission, hey, we're going to unwind the election just for congressional races.
And for purely political purposes, too. We've heard that from Senate leadership. It's like, this is just for politics.
Well,
There's no other example behind this besides this what the White House wants them to do before the 2026 midterms.
Right. I mean, the U.S. Supreme Court has already ruled our map constitutional, saying it doesn't violate the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which is what the Louisiana map did. They ruled Louisiana's map a racial gerrymander. They ruled ours a partisan gerrymander, which is allowed under the Constitution. We heard Senator Massey mention this too. It's not just the U.S. Supreme Court that we have to keep in mind. It's also the state Supreme Court. They did uphold our map, but Chief Justice John Kittredge also said, y'all be careful, essentially. You go too far, and you could absolutely be in an unconstitutional zone.
Yeah, and of course, like in Louisiana, where they have suspended their primaries, they are facing a multitude of lawsuits, too. I mean, this is not just like, oh, we just say we're going to suspend it, or we're going to go forward with this plan, again, when we don't even know where the map is, and it's just going to happen. So I think there needs to be a little bit even more of a common sense approach to this. I think that's on leadership to maybe talk more about the pros and cons, like we've been hearing from Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey talk about this. Again, going back to the fact that even if you redistrict these districts at the congressional level, you can water down these solid Republican districts to the point where they are more competitive, which some would argue is better for voters overall. But if you're trying to make a 7-0 map for Republicans, it's going to be more of an uphill battle.
Right, and I think that's going to be the argument from Democrats. We're already seeing Democrats like Senator Ed Sutton from Charleston who have said, yeah, let's go, let's redistrict, because Democrats do believe that perhaps you keep on as, playing footsie with the map, we could maybe have some more competitive districts. I mean, but, is that a shared view from all the Democrats in South Carolina? I don't know.
I will say we did hear also from former 1st Congressional District Congressman Joe Cunningham, who won in 2018, who flipped that district blue for the first time in 40 years. He was saying, he was also the Dem nominee before too, that he was saying that, yeah, let's do it. Let's give this make them more competitive, because after he won in 2018, that's when you saw that district get redistricted heavily for Nancy Mason for Republicans.
Right, and I think, we also do need to keep in mind with Joe Cunningham, former congressman, is that he tried to run for governor. That was unsuccessful.
Statewide is a little bit different than first.
Right, but also he had a bit of a complicated relationship with Congressman Jim Clyburn, who didn't outright endorse him in that race either. So I think that is, again, that may be a factor in this conversation. It may not be overall, but
it shows just how much that 1st Congressional District can really come into play, if they start messing with it, which after, of course, that was the one that went to the Supreme Court, that they upheld that partisan gerrymander, even though our lower courts ruled that a racial gerrymander. So I guess it's all at the window now, regardless of what happens because of the Supreme Court ruling now.
And I do think, just to emphasize, while this is the first step in the process, leadership has emphasized over and over and over, this does not guarantee a map redraw. We are just in the first phase of the process. We have to get through that first. So again, you never want to say something is unlikely, never say never, whatever. We don't know where this is going to go.
And it's pretty wild, too, because we know how much goes into doing this, too. We're just starting the conversations. Well, if we're just starting the conversations about this, again, we're a month away from June 9th, essentially. You have to do more than have conversations at this point.
Sure.
But I'll say if you were interested in looking into redistricting as well from what we've previously done, you can go to the State House website, scstatehouse.gov. And there are still the links right there for redistricting from the House and the Senate committees, what they did, all the data, all the input that goes into doing this. No rush job there. Of course, that was for the entire state, not just the congressional districts, but still really interesting information right there. Maayan, too, we expect to hear not just about that today, like you're saying on the House floor, but possibly getting onto H2, the budget.
Yes, which, honestly is, one could argue, the most important piece of legislation that
Take a back
the
seat.
legislature does every single year, which is pass a budget, your taxpayer dollars. Yes, so the House will get on H2, we're told, after the sine die resolution. They will likely re-amend the budget, perhaps back to what they decided earlier, back in March. They may add some stuff. Now, we do expect that to be a lengthy debate, in part because there are a small handful of GOP lawmakers who want to see South Carolina State University defunded over the whole rescinding the invitation for the Lieutenant Governor Pamela Ebbett being the commencement speaker. It's those GOP lawmakers did not include anyone in leadership. They are only 9 of them. We don't know if any more have tacked on, but at the time there were only 9. And the governor himself said he did not support defunding SC State.
Yeah.
So that debate, unlikely to go anywhere, but it's still going to be
also,
a debate.
I think we've seen that kind of hubbub die down a little bit too. That they said she's not coming, safety issues, blah, blah, blah. We saw that letter go out. It seems like all eyes are now shifting to redistricting. So it's like, and we've heard from her and other gubernatorial candidates, Republicans, saying that they want this redistricting fight too.
Yeah, and again, I don't think defunding would survive in the Senate.
Yeah.
And it obviously wouldn't probably survive by the governor's veto pen.
It's one of those election year rah rah rahs that we hear from. I also want to talk about some highlights from what we saw yesterday in the House that we recapped in the gavel for you. Just some fun bills that moved through, including that continuing resolution, again, S769. So if we don't have a budget by July 1st, we will have us maintaining our current spending limits. Of course, that's not really ever a big threat. Again, we talked about this happening during COVID. CRs are just more of a backstop in case there's nothing agreed to by the start of the new fiscal year. It's always going to be a messy fight, but I think we'll still have a budget by July 1st, right?
That is probably likely. I mean, again, it's hasn't happened since COVID that we've had a CR. We've seen a CR when both the House and the Senate are unable to agree. I've definitely, in my time reporting at the State House, seen that happen. But look, I think there may be an opportunity for them to get a budget passed by July 1st.
Also, the House passed H 4042, which would let that anti-parasite drug ivermectin be sold over the counter in tablet form. A lot of people swear by this drug, which is really good if you have worms or parasites or mites. So that'll be good news for people who suffer from those conditions that don't want to get a prescription for them. Also, legislation dealing S958, which was recalled from the House 3M committee and put on the calendar that would allow for hospital beds to be placed in hallways. This is kind of an esoteric little debate here, but there's been a lot of concerns over overcrowding hospitals with beds in hallways. Now you can only put those beds in hallways if it's an emergency situation. That was something that the House took up that the Senate's already approved. Also, we did see a bill dealing with it's an interesting one for folks with disabilities. It's called the SAFE Act. It's a SAFE designation that will be on your driver's registration if you suffer from any multitude of diagnoses or disabilities like ADHD, autism, PTSD. It would be a designation on your registration. So if your plates are ever run by law enforcement, they will see that you have this designation. They'll treat you not more respectfully, but maybe understand your situation so there's not some concern, because sometimes people who suffer from these disorders can present in a manner that would make them a little bit more aggressive toward law enforcement. So that's an interesting development there for folks with disabilities. And of course, we did see House Reading Clerk Bubba Cromer announce his retirement yesterday. He's been there for some 40 years, been the reading clerk since 1998. He was also serving in the House before that too. So it'll be interesting. It'll be a different House next year too, and we're going to have a different House Majority Leader next year too, with Davey Hyatt leaving too. There's been a lot of change over there, Maayan. And I also want to recount what we saw over in the Senate. We did see an interesting bill dealing with data center tax breaks. We'll see folks who are purchasing telecommunications, communications equipment, machinery, electricity, and also additional things related to those data centers and be discounted. So you're not going to have any sales tax for those folks who are doing that. And also in electricity, which I thought was kind of interesting, because you're talking about how much electricity goes to these providers, and all of a sudden you're going to have a $10 million tax break that has passed the House, and it's up for third reading, I should say, in the Senate. So we'll see what happens there. And of course that we also are going to have a new choral anthem for the state too. So a lot of things happening over in the Senate, a lot of additional things that we'll be following. And of course, like we said, it's Wednesday. In the Senate, they also put that high school league bill on special order too. I think that's 4163. So some debate over that. Anything else you're going to be following, Maayan?
No, I mean, I think really my focus a lot is today on the House and, of course, what happens with redistricting,
Yeah.
H2 especially, but I think we're expecting long days in both chambers,
Yeah.
which gets complicated because today is the legislative zoo day where they get to take their families to the Riverbank Zoo. But if they're expecting a very long day on the floor,
Yeah.
I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, that starts at 5:30, so we're gonna kick it back to the House right now. And the Senate comes in at 1, so that puts them a little bit more of a time crunch too. We'll see what happens, but let's go back over to the House right now where they're already in session. Like we said, the Senate's coming at 1 o'clock, and you can always follow along on NTV World on YouTube.com/SCETV News. That's where we're always streaming, and we'll have a full recap in tomorrow's State House Gavel at SCETV.org/the Gavel. I'm Gavin Jackson along with Maayan Schechter. I'm gonna send you to the House. Have a great Wednesday.
Members need to record their presence. We got a lot to do. Members need to record their presence. Take your seats. We're just going to get started. Everybody take their seat. House will come to order. House will come to order. Members, take your seats. Got some special introductions today. Everybody take your seat, please. House will come to order. Sergeant, can you help me, please? Got some special introductions. We'll start off with Speaker Smith. Speaker Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, this is an honor for me today to welcome back to the House Patrick Dennis for a third time. So if you all don't know Patrick Dennis, you would know that he hates this place. But for some reason, he just can't stay away. So he began his career as a law clerk at the House Judiciary. Unfortunately, somebody decided to hire him as a staff attorney at the Judiciary Committee, and then he rose to the level of chief counsel of the Judiciary Committee, and from there he provided us legal guidance, not real good legal guidance, but some legal guidance to the House Ethics Committee, the JMSC, and then also through multiple redistricting efforts. And as you see, we were sued every time for those redistricting efforts. So frankly, it is amazing how we made it through it all. But one of his greatest achievements was that he was elected, you may not know this, as Clerk of the House. And so Charles Reed retired, which we all celebrated, and Patrick became the clerk. He did such a bad job as being clerk that we had to bring Charles Reed back. And I don't know which one was worse. But I will tell you, so Patrick transitioned into clerk, went back to chief of staff and general counsel for Jay Lucas and for me through these times. And I'll tell you one thing, in all seriousness, he is a man of integrity. He is a man who loves this institution. He is loyal to the institution. He's loyal to the members. And the one thing that you can always say about him is that he was always here to at least give you advice and try to work through issues and try to bring people together rather than separate them. So he had a great legal acumen mixed with great political intuitiveness. And so it was truly an honor to work with him over the last 3 years. I hated to see him leave on some levels, but I was really pleased on many other levels that he was no longer with us. But I will tell you, He is a family man. He is a person that loves his wife, Michelle, and dotes on his daughter, Anna Margaret. And so as my pleasure and my honor to award him, this is your second resolution that you've had, and this hopefully will be your last one. So I will tell you, it's an honor for me to recognize and present this resolution to our local curmudgeon of the House of Representatives, Patrick Dennis. So congratulations, Patrick.
Congratulations, Patrick. Always good to see you. Thank you for all you've done. You're a dear friend. We appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Representative Forrest is ready. House will stay in order, please. You are now. Representative Forrest is ready. House will stay in order, please. House will stay in order. Representative Forrest has several introductions today. Representative Forrest, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And joining me at the wheel this morning is Representative Bill Clyburn. It gives me great pleasure to introduce everybody here in the House to the W. Wyman King Academy Knights football team. Guys, if y'all take a stand up, please, so everybody can see who you are. This year, for the second time in school history, these guys brought home the state title in 8-man football. But not only did they have not only a state championship, but they had a spectacular season. This team that you're looking at in the balcony, they went 12-0 this year. At no time during the whole season did they ever trail on the scoreboard. I believe y'all scored 568 total points, so y'all do the math. I think that's about 47-point average a game, and they only allowed 222 points per game. Now, at the end of the season, they had to go up to Representative Luke Rankin's territory, and they gave him a little run for the money, but the Lawrence Academy Crusaders, y'all got a good old-fashioned curb stomping from Saluda County and the King Academy Knights. Not only do I want to congratulate all the players, head coach Brian Neese, all the other coaches up there, but I want to congratulate and recognize all the staff members, all the parents, and all the supporters that followed this team throughout the year. We wish y'all much success in the coming years, and congratulations on a spectacular football season this past year. Everybody give them a hand, please.
Congratulations. Congratulations. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here. Job well done, guys. Coaches, thank y'all for all y'all have done to help these young guys. Thank you very much for being here. Hope you enjoy your day. Representative Garvin, are you ready? Where is Mr. Garvin? You ready? You ready, Mr. Garvin? Okay. Okay. Where are they? Mr. Haddon, your group, you ready? Okay. Mr. Bradley, you're recognized for a very special introduction. Look at this fine-looking group of folks. Let's give Mr. Bradley your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Guys, come on over here. Come on over here. I wanted to introduce, this is my second son, Logan Bradley, and his family. So this is Hank the Tank. He's 6. This is Bennett. He is 1.5. And this is the little baby girl I told you guys about a couple weeks ago. And you all know Ann over here. So thank you for giving them a warm round of applause and welcome them to the house. Wave to them, Hank.
Welcome to the State House. What a lovely family there, Mr. Bradley. I know you're proud of them. Y'all ought to be proud of your husband and your father and your grandpa and all that. He does a great job here in the State House. Good to see y'all. Ms. Cromer's recognized. House will stay in order, please. We got some more introductions. Ms. Cromer's recognized for the next introduction. Please, please, please give her your attention. It's very special. Ms. Cromer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to stand up here today, and I just encourage my colleagues to pay attention because I know this is really going to get your heart. I am pleased to introduce Elijah Pierce to the State House. Welcome him to the State House. He received the Valor of Honor last night from the Sheriff's Association. On May 8th, 2024, Deputy Elijah Pierce of Anderson County Sheriff's Office responded to a critical and dangerous incident involving the violent kidnapping of a 3-year-old child, Bennett Dornelis. I think that's, might not be how you pronounce that, by his father, Joshua Dornelis, the child's home in Belton, South Carolina. Deputy Pierce played a vital role in the coordinated search efforts that led law enforcement officers to locate the suspect's vehicle traveling at a high rate speed along the Interstate 85. The deputies' vigilance and communications were instrumental in helping deputies close in on the fleeing suspect, and whereas the pursuit continued into the state of Georgia, the suspect intentionally set the truck on fire and jumped from the moving vehicle, leaving his son Bennett trapped inside, his 3-year-old son trapped inside. As the burning truck veered off the roadway, it traveled up an embankment and came to a rest in the wooded area while rapidly becoming engulfed in flames. Without hesitation and with complete disregard for his own personal safety, Deputy Pierce ran toward the burning vehicle alongside fellow deputies to attempt a rescue under rapidly deteriorating and life-threatening conditions. During the rescue effort, Sergeant Hunter Ruff entered the burning truck headfirst through the driver's side window and located Bennett, and he was trapped on the driver's side floorboard, and Deputy Pierce immediately acted to assist, pulling Sergeant Ruff from the burning vehicle while Sergeant Ruff held the child in his arms. And Deputy Pierce's courage, situational awareness, and swift actions ensured the safe extraction of both Sergeant Ruff and the child. The child went to receive urgent medical and undoubtedly contributing to the preservation of his life. And although Bennett suffered severe burns during his horrific incident, he survived, and his resilience stands as a testament to the bravery and determination of the deputies who refused to leave him behind. So today, I would like for you to join me in congratulating and thanking Deputy Pierce for his efforts and bravery for our state and for our county.
We thank you very much. We certainly do. Thank you very much for what you do every single day for us and protecting us, and we can't thank you enough. Representative Gillum's recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, It's a profound honor to stand before you today recognizing two extraordinary South Carolinians who embody the very best of our state's long and storied tradition of military service. And would I ask the military caucus to come up, please, as we do this, if you don't mind. These men have not only led on the battlefield, but have returned home to lead in our communities with equal fervor. Our first one we will recognize today. It's a profound honor to stand before you today recognizing two of those extraordinary people. The first one will be First Sergeant retired Alvin King. He is the 2023-2024 South Carolina Department of Veterans Affairs Soldier of the Year. A veteran of the U.S. Army, a First Sergeant. King served our nation with distinction for over 2 decades, but his retirement was merely the start of a new mission. As the founder of the nonprofit Range for Hope Foundation, King has dedicated his civilian life to assisting veterans and families with overcoming the challenges associated with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. His tireless advocacy for veterans-owned businesses and his mentorship of young service members have made an incredible mark on the Midlands and beyond. First Sergeant King, thank you for your service. And in the balcony, Representative Grant has them a resolution to recognize him and thank you for all that you do. Those two men are my brothers. We have done the same things, and I appreciate y'all being here and getting recognized. Now, the second one. Next, we recognize our current 24-25 honoree, Command Sergeant Major Robert Clark, a decorated combat veteran. Command Sergeant Major Clark reached the highest echelon of non-commissioned officer leadership. Since hanging up the uniform, he's become a titan of community service in the Midlands. Through his work with the Dorn VA Medical Center and the Disabled American Veterans and various nonprofits, he has focused on youth mentorship and veteran wellness, proving that a leader's greatest impact is often felt in the quiet moments of service to others. These two men stand before us today of strength and a beacon of hope for our veteran community. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of South Carolina Department of Veterans Affairs and this honorable body, I present you First Sergeant Alvin King and Command Sergeant Major Robert Clark. We thank them for their service, their sacrifice, and their continued devotion to the Palmetto State. Thank you all. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all y'all have done. We appreciate it very much. Thank you for all your service to the... We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Military Caucus.
Mr. Sanders, while you're standing there, you're next up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is Mr. Caskey still around? He could join us up here, joined by Rep. Wickensheimer. I'd like to ask my friends from Clubhouse to stand up if they would. It's an honor to recognize the incredible work that's being done by Clubhouse South Carolina. This model is more than just mental health services. It's about dignity, purpose, and belonging. It focuses on strengths, builds communities, and helps people return to work, school, and stable lives. And the impact is very, very clear. With an average annual budget of around $750,000, a single clubhouse can generate more than $2 million in community benefit. And so today I want to recognize the organization for a model that works, the people that make it possible. And while I could name each individual member, if you live in Greenville, Anderson, Oconee, Pickens, Lawrence, Charleston, Berkeley, or Dorchester, or represent them, I encourage you to meet them out in the lobby to hear their story. Because it is very, very important that you hear directly from the people there why Clubhouse matters. And they have a shirt for you, I promise you, So please make it a point to talk to them, to talk about mental health and how Clubhouse South Carolina is changing lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Clubhouse. We appreciate y'all being here today. Thank you for what you're doing to make South Carolina a better place. Hope you enjoy your visit. Mr. Garvin is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, members. You know, it's not every day that you get to come to this well year after year and celebrate a two-time state championship team back to back. And that's what we're doing today, members. I'm going to ask the Blythewood High School Lady Bengals to please stand up. And up in the gallery is Representative Hamilton Grant. And while they're standing, I want to also say that out of Northeast Columbia and Blythewood, we have 3 teams that are here today. We have Blythewood High School, Westwood High School, and Ridgeview High School, all from the same area of town, all state champions. And so our first team that we're going to recognize today are the Blythewood High School Lady Bengals. And we recognize an extraordinary group of students who have once again demonstrated excellence, resilience, and championship character. And I'm so pleased that Representative McDaniel, who also represents Blythewood, is standing with me. The Blythewood High School Lady Bengals basketball team won their championship game on March the 6th, 2026 at the Colonial Life Arena.
Excuse me, Mr. Garvin. Hold on. We're a little loud in here. You got a conversation, take it outside. We got some special guests in the balcony that want to be recognized. Let's show them a little respect. If you got a conversation, take it outside. Mr. Garvin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 6, 2026, these outstanding ladies won their back-to-back state championship, defeating a talented team from Wando High School by a commanding score of 68-44. This championship season was a testament to their faith and to their willingness to never give up. After beginning the year with early setbacks and 3 losses in their first 4 games, many teams might have folded under adversity. But instead, the Lady Bengals responded with determination, grit, discipline, and unwavering belief in one another. They finished this season 24-5 and proved that champions are not defined by how they start, but how they respond. Their road to the championship was anything but easy, as the 4th seed Blythewood battled through one of the toughest postseason paths imaginable. They defeated top-ranked Dorman High School in a thrilling 54-52 win. After that, after previously having lost to them earlier in the season, then they followed it with another commanding and hard-fought victory over Malden High School to earn their place in the state finals. Even when the championship game arrived, the Lady Bengals once again showed the heart of champions. This team was led by remarkable senior leadership. Chase Thomas delivered an outstanding performance with 28 points and 11 rebounds and will continue her athletic career at South Carolina State University. India Williams added 20 points and 10 rebounds and will continue her journey at USC Aiken. Haley Hightower once again proved herself to be a relentless competitor, contributing steals, assists, and leadership while preparing to continue her athletic career at Purdue. Madison Thomas also played a critical role in helping secure this championship victory. We want to say thank you to their head coach, Emily McElveen Schaefer, and her entire coaching staff for building a program rooted in accountability, discipline, and character. Back-to-back championships, ladies and gentlemen of the House, do not happen by accident. They are earned through hard work and dedication, as well as preparation and leadership. So on behalf of the South Carolina House of Representatives, we proudly congratulate the Blythewood High School Lady Bengals on an incredible season in their 2026 Class 5A Division I State Championship. Job well done.
Congratulations, ladies. Proud of you. Back to back. Way to go. State champions. They can't ever take that away from you.
Thank you.
Good luck. We'll see you back here again next year. Mr. Garvin, I think you have another state champion up there.
I do. You know, out of Northeast Columbia, all we do is win. Our next Rep Govan says they have us next year. This next team, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House that we're going to recognize today are the Westwood High School Boys Varsity Basketball Championship Team. And once again, Representative Grant is joined in the balcony. If the team is here, I'm going to ask them to stand. It's good to see you all. Today, it is my distinct honor to recognize a group of young men who have brought tremendous pride to their school, their community, and our great state. The Westwood High School Red Hawks boys basketball team. Mr. Speaker and members, on March the 5th, 2026, at the Colonial Life Arena, the Red Hawks achieved something no team in school history had ever done before. Hear me again. No team in school history had ever done it before. They defeated the defending state champions from Greenville by a score of 67-55 to capture the Class 5A Division II state championship. This was not simply a win on the scoreboard. It was the culmination of years of hard work, perseverance, discipline, and belief. Coach Trent Robinson, assistant coach DeMonte Jacobs, and the entire coaching staff built a team that refused to back down from challenges. Throughout the season, these young men represented Westwood High School with class, determination, and unity. And when the moment arrived on the biggest stage, they delivered like true champions. What makes this victory especially meaningful is that this was the program's first ever boys basketball championship. For the students, faculty, families, alumni, and supporters, this moment at Westwood High School is something that they will always remember. So to the Red Hawks, thank you. Thank you for inspiring us, for all of your efforts, and for your sportsmanship and your championship spirit. So on behalf of the South Carolina House of Representatives, we congratulate the Westwood High School boys basketball team, their coaches, families, and communities for their extraordinary season, and we can't wait to see you back here again next year. Thank you.
Congratulations. Proud of you. State champions. Way to go, guys. Welcome to the State House. Mr. Govan's recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask members of the Orangeburg County delegation to come forward. Representative Cobb Hunter. I'm also going to ask members of the Education Committee and anyone else who is, because this is a nationally recognized group of young folk. We just heard about the outstanding achievements in athletics in terms of the teams, and I was teasing Representative Garvin. I told him we're going to be there next year, so we're going to sweep everything, the academics and also on the courts as well. I got my superintendent up there. But ladies and gentlemen, this is extraordinary, and again, anyone who would like to join us, particularly members of the Education Committee, because we are recognizing today a group of individuals who represented the Orangeburg County School Districts for achieving an unprecedented level of success at the Career Technical Students at the Skills USA Championships. Now, this is important, and why we want to recognize these individuals is because Orangeburg County School District came home with some of the nation's highest career and technical awards from Skills USA that was held in Atlanta, Georgia. This competition involved more than, and get this, 6,500 students. Let me say that again. 6,500 students competed in this championship at Skills USA as a national showcase of our career and technical educational system in this country. And I'm proud to say that what you see up there is, standing there is success of which we can all be proud of in the state of South Carolina. Skills USA is the largest skills competition that's held in the country. It's held in Atlanta. We're talking about 1.79 million square feet of space, equivalent to 31 football fields, 41 acres in which students are competing in that facility. First state winners that we want to recognize were invited into the event to demonstrate their technical skills in workplace skills, personal skills, hands-on competitions, including robotics, automotive technology, drafting, criminal justice, aviation maintenance, and public speaking. So here today, we want to recognize those individuals who have done such an outstanding job representing not only the school district, but the state of South Carolina. Some of those students, and I'm just going to call out their names, that were recognized for their outstanding achievements: Mr. Malachi John, Mr. Dwayne, wave your hand, Mr. Dwayne Butler, Mr. Aiden Foster, and they came from the Technology Center, Mr. Bristol Gray also, and there were a number of others. They had several teams: Alexandria Valida, Jaden Bookhart, and I did mention Mr. Gray as well. Now, they could not do this unless they had outstanding leadership, and that person is their advisor, and I want him to give a big grin because he's been on my case about this, Mr. Tracy Scoville. But we are also honored to have some other extraordinary individuals here that make it all possible. Those individuals, again, the student honorees: Aiden Foster, Dwayne Butler, Malachi Jean. Student honor, we also have Mr. Scoville, who is the advisor. But we have the leader of the flagship district in the state of South Carolina, Dr. Sean Foster, his assistant superintendent, Dr. Erica Taylor, the principal of the Technology Center, Mr. Steve Williams, director, Mr. Robert Hemby. Parents and guests are here as well. We have Starlet John, the mother, Hayward John, one of the fathers, the brother, Hayward John Jr., Tanya Foster, and of course, I think Mr. Dennis Sumter. I don't know if he's here or not. We want to recognize them. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to the national champions, Skills USA, representing the state of South Carolina.
Congratulations on the job well done. We're glad you're here with us today so we could recognize you. Job well done. Thank you, advisors and
while they are
superintendent.
standing there,
we appreciate it very much.
While they are standing there, there's another individual in the audience that we want to recognize for her outstanding achievements, who is also related to the brother of one of the Skills USA winners, and that is Miss Amani Sarah Jean. We want to celebrate her. Amani is a sixth grade student in Orangeburg and is making a meaningful impact on her community. She's an ambassador not only for her school, but she is also an ambassador for the district. She is a nationally recognized motivational speaker. She's earned multiple state and national speech titles, including consecutive national Beta Club speech championships, and as well as in consecutive years, the South Carolina Beta Club speech championships as well. In 2026, she was the district's spelling bee winner and was also named the Orangeburg County School District MLK Oratory winner. So we want to definitely recognize her for her achievements. She's also an author, believe it or not, of Amani's Voice, which is already receiving attention. Amani's Victory, The Road to a National Championship, a book that shares her journey of finding her voice through challenging experiences, perseverance, and growth along with her path to success. She's accompanied by the district personnel, Dr. Foster and others, but her proud parents, Mr. Hayward John, and her mother, Miss Starlet John as well. So the John family got it going on. Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, young lady. Proud of you. Keep up the good work. We're glad to have you with us today.
And I don't know if I mentioned, but I didn't want to steal the thunder because of the next presenter. Where is she? Courtney? Oh, Courtney, yeah. You wanted to recognize someone too.
I'll take care of that, Mr. Govan.
Yeah, I know. But I just want to make the connections that there's someone else in the audience there to be connected. Let's give another warm round of applause for these outstanding students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Waters, now that you've been introduced by Mr. Govan, you're recognized. Oh, you take plenty of it. Don't worry, Mr. Govan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could have members of the Charleston delegation and also anyone who just loves girls and women's basketball to come up and join me, please. In the gallery up there is Representative Tiffany Span-Wilder and Representative Wendell Gilliard. I am before you to congratulate and honor and applaud our five-time girls basketball state championship team from Military Magnet Academy. And they're all in white, looking amazing. I have to say, you know, we did this last year because they've won 5 times. But I walked in the room this morning and it clicked for me, though I've known all year that this is the youngest team that Coach Taylor, and we'll get to Coach Taylor next, but this is the youngest team that Coach Taylor has ever coached. It didn't really hit me until I'm standing in the room with them in the Black Building, how young they are. I think about 5 or 6 of these ladies are actually in middle school and are playing on a varsity team and have dominated. So these ladies, let me make sure I read their stats and I don't just sort of gush over them. So the Lady Eagles are a 1A team, doesn't just play 1A teams, but also has beat 2A teams, have beat teams in every level because they train hard and they go hard. Their season's record was 25-4, and last season was 26-5. They also have a regional record of 8-0, so they don't lose at home, and they are very much winners even when they leave us. Some key players from the team include Denaria Williams, who actually has offers from Voorhees, Allen University, and many other colleges and universities. Our leading scorer has 17 points. Our leading rebounder, she was also with 11 rebounds in the championship game. Our assist leader, Mariah Brown, had 5 assists in the game. Our three-point leader, also Mariah Brown. Free throw leader, Kalia Brown King. Our shot blocker, Kaylee Moultrie. Steals led by M Brown. I don't have a full name. I'm sorry, but I got you, girl. You were doing well. I just want to make sure that we understand it's not easy for such a young team that has experienced turnover to come back and dominate. And so I would just appreciate it if you all would not only applaud these girls, but applaud the coaching staff. Coach D is up there also standing with Rep Span-Wilder. They spend so much time through the summer with these girls, taking them across state lines to compete to make sure that they are ready year after year. And they're up there just looking so amazing, coming from both my and Rep Span-Wilder's districts and other areas around the county. Can we please applaud them for their athletic prowess as well as their scholarship?
Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations. Job well done. Sounds like you're going to be here for a few years in a row.
And to that end, Mr. Speaker, I want to also make sure that we acknowledge Coach Major Nathaniel Taylor, who has been the coach all the way through all of these championships. We also recently acknowledged him and celebrated him in a major way back home in North Charleston as he was Live 5 News' Coach of the Year this year. Coach Taylor makes it about the girls, and he comes up here year after year so that we can celebrate them and put them on a stage. But it was interesting, earlier today, my aide met them in the lobby, and she walked them over to room 305 where they had breakfast. And in that brief moment with them, she remarked to me later how disciplined the girls are in that brief moment. And she shared with me just how poised and how confident and how humble the girls were just in that brief interaction. And Coach Taylor, that is because of your leadership. Coach Taylor is not just a coach, but a mentor and someone who really takes a vested interest in the girls. It's been said over and over again when he's been asked how long he would stay. It's always, I got to stay one more year because I got this sixth grader that's coming up. I got to stay one more year because I got this eighth grader that's coming up. Just this truly vested interest in making sure that when he sees talent, he goes out and finds it and nurtures it and makes sure that it can flourish and develop into what it needs to be. He also, I have to shout out Dr. Erica Taylor from Orangeburg County. It's his wife, my soror, and my friend. He also is stuck with us in Charleston County for the long haul because their daughter, Lacey, is now a scholar and athlete as well. I just want to say thank you so much to you, Coach Taylor, Major Taylor, who has given so much to these girls, who never asked for much in return. To the family, Miss Janitha Prelu is also sitting there. The family really wraps their arms around the whole team to make sure that this excellence gets to continue to be on display. And we just thank you for being just a wonderful, amazing part of North Charleston.
Congratulations. Thank you, Coach. Thank you for your time. Mr. Grant's recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's keep the party going. Richland School District 2 is in the house. Northeast Richland County up in the balcony. I have Representative Garvin, who is helping assist me to introduce the Ridgeview Boys Blazers. And so as they are getting prepared today, we celebrate excellence, not just talent, but discipline. Not just wins, but resilience, and not just a team, but a brotherhood forged through hard work, sacrifice, and belief. And so, ladies and gentlemen, from the pride of Hardscrabble Road and the halls of Ridgeview High School comes a program that has built a dynasty right before our eyes. A team that didn't just show up this season, but one that has set the standard for across the state of South Carolina. This program knows what winning looks like. With 6 state championships in the past 8 seasons, including titles 2018, 2019, 2020, 2022, 2024, 2025, and now, ladies and gentlemen, in 2026. This team has established itself as one of the most dominant high school basketball programs in this state. But championships don't come easy. They come from early mornings, late nights, sacrifice, accountability, and brotherhood. They come from a group of young men who choose to believe in something bigger than themselves, and this year they carried that legacy forward. So today, members of the House, we don't just honor another title, we honor a tradition of greatness and excellence in a culture and a standard. So thank you to Coach Staley and the entire team, the members from Ridgeview staff, our athletic director who is up there, and to the parents who have helped put in that sacrifice and hard work. So ladies and gentlemen of the House, it is my honor to reintroduce to you the 2026 5A Region 5 Division I state champions, the Ridgeview Blazers, and we'll be back next year. Congratulations.
Congratulations, young men. Job well done. Congratulations. Proud of you. Good job. Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis is recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, thank you for being here today. In the balcony, we have representatives from the South Carolina Association of Council on Aging Directors. This association represents the nonprofit local service providers that provide important and critical services to South Carolina's senior citizens. They're in the back this morning. Thank you for being here. Just a couple of statistics about South Carolina's senior citizens. According to the most recent statistics from the Census Bureau, they estimate there are over 1.585 million people ages 55 or older living in our great state. By 2030, 1 in 4 South Carolinians will be 60 years of age or older. Lastly, according to data from the nonprofit organization Meals on Wheels, the members of this association served over 2.6 million meals to over 41,000 seniors in South Carolina on an annual basis. The community leaders from the Association of Council on Aging Directors are providing care and compassion to our neighbors, our friends, and even some of our family members. And they would like to provide some care to us in form of their Celebrate Aging legislative luncheon happening today. Join them for lunch. It will be from 11:30 to 2 p.m. on the State House grounds. Welcome to the State House, and thank you for lunch.
Thank y'all for being here today. We appreciate all you do for us in the state of South Carolina. Thank you for lunch. Hopefully we'll get out there. Mr. Haddon is recognized. Mr. Haddon's recognized for the next introduction. Mr. Gibson, Daniel Gibson. Mr. Haddon wants you up here with him. Mr. Haddon wants you up here with him.
If all of my ag people will come up here, the ag committee and those that like to eat, our clothes, or have a place to live, kind of important things. I think ag touches everybody. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to introduce, if they'll stand up, a group of students we have this morning with us from the Governor's School for Agriculture. I can't tell you how much this school means to me personally, but I want to tell you what it means to the state. And Mr. Garvin, Mr. Grant, Ms. Waters, your groups are amazing and absolutely wonderful. I'm going to add another group to that. These students here have an amazing future ahead of them in ag and other industries, and it's because of the leadership of the school. When I call your name, I want you to wave real quick. Kennedy Kesley, Madeline Hawkins, Cedar Byers, Jocelyn Trevino, Braden Morris, Colton Banks, Amelia Morris, Presley Williams, Madison Haywood, Emma Sweeney, Lindsay Boggs, and there's 3 that are missing. Dr. Cowan, our president, and then Dana Martin, I don't see her, Kinsley Miller, I'm not sure, probably so. If I missed anybody, I apologize. Ligon didn't give me all the names right. But we've got our principal here somewhere, Mr. Thompson, Gregory Thompson, who unfortunately, he's downstairs, I think, but he is retiring, and he spent 40 some odd years in the education field. He spent 7 years at the Governor's School. But Mr. Daniel Gibson is the rep for the area, and I know he's super proud of this school and what it means to McCormick area. But this is the only residential ag school, high school in America, and it's about to have the only meat processing facility as a high school coming. But none of this would happen without the support from all of you and the Senate, of course. But this body has supported this ag school for many years now, and it's had a sort of an interesting past. But because of the leadership of the people in this room, Mr. Whitmire and Ms. Erickson and Greg Gagnon and others, Brian White, I think, had a big part in it. And because of them, this is the way this school is right now. And I can't tell you how proud I am of the students and the leadership and the path forward that it's going to take. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to thank you for breakfast this morning and also for being here and for what you do for agriculture in South Carolina. Thank you for being here.
Thank y'all for being here today. We appreciate all you're doing and all you're going to do. It's always good to see the blue coats here. We're glad to have y'all with us. Hope you enjoy it. Representative Neese is recognized. House will stay in order, please. Representative Neese is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome Rebound Behavioral Health here today. If you're up there, stand up there so I can see you. There we go. So Rebound Health is in Indian Land with a 63-bed acute mental and behavioral health hospital dedicated to providing comprehensive care for individuals experiencing mental health and substance use crisis in South Carolina. They've got facilities all over the state. They work with a whole range of conditions from mental and behavioral health disorders, PTSD, addiction and recovery, acute psychosis and trauma, using all-inclusive wraparound models that recognizes healing requiring more than just medication alone. Their approach combines medication management, individual and group therapy, thoughtful aftercare planning, and they're expanding even further across the state. Welcome to the State House, Behavioral Health.
Welcome to the State House. Ms. Pedalino, recognized for the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you guys have realized, but this is my third time up here in less than a month. We are killing it in Clarendon County. So today we have with us Dr. Lisa Heichberger. She has been practicing family medicine at McLeod and Manning for 11 years. She is the interim program director for Rural Residency Program in Manning and Cheraw, Representative Yao, and she is also a member of the SCMA Board of Trustees. With her today, she has Dr. Shoemaker, an intern resident with McLeod and Clarendon. So if you guys could give them a warm welcome, we are grateful for everything they do in Clarendon County.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Scott, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today it gives me the greatest honor and a privilege to be able to introduce you all. She was here just a few weeks ago, but to my grandmother who has joined me today, Ms. Gloria Scott, if you would stand over near the wall. She is here today. In celebration for the Council on Aging Day. Majority of my life growing up as a child, while she was raising me, my grandmother served as the executive director for the Lee County Council on Aging. And so it's my honor and a privilege again to welcome her back to the State House today. Thank you again.
Welcome to the State House. We're glad to have you with us today. Hope you enjoy your visit. Ms. Schuessler is recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in welcoming the Children's Trust Parent Advisory Council. Y'all would please stand? Thank you. This council includes mothers, fathers, grandparents, and kin caregivers from communities across the state. They meet to offer their experiences as parents and caregivers. Their ultimate vision is a South Carolina where everyone thrives. Thank you all so much for what you do for families in South Carolina, and welcome to the State House.
Thank y'all for being here today. We appreciate it very much. Ms. Cobb Hunter, recognized for a quick introduction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the emphasis on quick. Let me say to the ladies up in the gallery, I'm not out of respect for the process and the amount of time we have. I won't do my long, drawn-out introduction, because I appreciate the opportunity. Mr. Speaker and members, let me just say that for the 11th year, we have women from all across the state who have come down and up, as the case may be, to the State House to just see how we operate, to talk about civic engagement, how you get involved and engaged. This is the 11th year. Mr. Speaker and members, I am so pleased to welcome the women from across the state for our 11th annual Day in Blue. Any shade will do. Ladies, y'all enjoy your day. Thank you. Was that quick enough, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank y'all very much. It's good to see all y'all today. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Enjoy your visit. Yes, sir. House will come to order. Representative Jermaine Johnson, you're up. Sergeant, can you help me find Mr. Johnson, please? Got a farewell speech coming up, so I ask everybody to take your seat. Ask everybody to take their seat, please. Clerk will close the polls and tabulate. We have a quorum present. Thank you. That's one of the shorter speeches Mr. Johnson's ever given. House will come to order. Mr. Johnson, you're recognized to come say a few words. House will be in order. Please take your seat. Mr. Johnson, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Wow. 6 years has gone by so fast. 6 years. And today I stand here with my beautiful wife, who I've known for 18 years of my life, my wife, Dr. Evan Johnson. And I tell you that I did not think that this day would come as soon as it has come. But here we are. And I often tell my life story about the things that I've been through in my life, about being homeless, about losing a brother to gun violence, about coming from a family with substance abuse, gambling addictions, going to 7 different high schools in my life. And one thing that we remember, all of us in here, is we remember where we were at on September 11, 2001. On September 10th, 2001, at 11:59, right after I had just turned 16 years old, that's where I went out on my own. And I got on a red eye to fly to New York City, JFK. And I landed in JFK about 2 hours before the planes hit the towers. And when I discovered that, that's when I realized that God had a purpose for my life. Because it could have easily have been my plane that hit those towers. Going through everything I went through in my life, it created the person who you see here today. You know, I speak passionately about certain things because I speak from experience, from things that I've gone through. I don't traditionally get up here to talk about things that I don't know anything about. I talk about things that I've been through in my life so I can advocate for more people across this state and across this country to ensure that they don't have to go through the things that I went through in my life. And even after going through all of that, still was able to earn a basketball scholarship to the College of Charleston, still was able to graduate, still went to go play professional basketball, and in 2015, I lost another brother. I lost lots of family members. I've lost lots of friends. I've lost a lot of good people in my life. One of my most amazing accomplishments in my life was not only being able to marry the love of my life, have the children that I have, but to be able to represent the people of this state. Getting elected in 2020, becoming the first African American and the youngest to represent my district was something that I never thought could ever be possible for somebody like myself. I went from no house to the State House. I came up here, and a lot of you have always wondered why I had a smile on my face coming in here, or why I always seemed so jovial, or why I always seemed like I could just talk to anybody and everybody in here. It's because I've seen so many different things. I've experienced so many different things in my life. And coming up, it was not only Democrats that assisted me. It was not only Republicans that assisted me. It was not only Christians that assisted me. It was not only Americans that assisted me. Humans helped me. Humans helped me become the man I am here today. You all in here, you know that I wear my heart on my sleeve. It's very hard to contain my emotions when I believe in something because that's just who I am. I love hard. I believe in the goodness of people. I believe that we can do better as a state and as a country. And after I decided to step out on faith and announce that I was running for governor, a good bit of people said, Jermaine, you're making a mistake. Jermaine, you have a future in politics. Jermaine, you can be in here as long as you want. We need your voice. We need you in these chambers. We need you in these walls. And I understand the points that were trying to be made. I understand those positions. But I truly believe in my heart of hearts that our job here on this earth is to inspire. It's to inspire the next generation of people. It's to inspire the country. It's to inspire young people, to let them know that their past does not define their future, that anything they want to do, anybody who they want to be, anywhere that they want to go, they can do it, as long as they work hard and they keep God first. And that is my belief. My belief right now is I may not win this election. I may not do that. But somebody who's coming behind me, somebody who has seen the courage that I have shown to step out on faith, to want to see better for the people of South Carolina, somebody coming behind me may be the individual who can win this election. They may be somebody who is out here, who is looking at me, who has never seen somebody who looked like me, who has never heard somebody who sounds like me, and who has come from a background very similar to mine, but they have no hope. They don't see anybody that they can believe in. They don't understand that I too have gone through those struggles. And that's why it is very important to me to show that courage, to have the courage to do things even when people say it is impossible. Because when I ran for office, they told me it was impossible. They told me I was too young. They told me I was too inexperienced. They told me I was too black. But we defied those odds. We defied every single odd, every single statistic that was out there to become who we are and who I am today. Courage. Courage is what we must show here in this body every single day. And I'm honored to sit here with a bunch of courageous individuals. And I want to call some people out. My friend Jeff Bradley, the courage he has shown to stand with me even when others would not do so. The courage that our Madam Speaker has every single day for the last 30 years to be up here to talk and fight for us. The courage that Representative Annie McDaniel has to be that black woman over the South Carolina Legislative Black Caucus. The courage that Representative John King has to be himself and to speak truth to power. The courage that Bubba has to be unapologetically himself every single day. The courage that Neil Collins has to go against the system even when they want to call him out. The courage that the Freedom Caucus showed me when my mother was in the hospital and she had her leg amputated and they sat outside and they prayed with me. The courage that Representative Holman had to show when she switched from one party to the next when it was not seemed like it was popular. The courage that you all have in here is something that should be really marveled upon. But I'm going to challenge you all in here today to take that courage a step further. I want you to have that courage to stand up to the people of South Carolina and let them know that we have to right this ship. that we have to go the right way for the people, that we have to stand up to Fox News and CNN when they're trying to divide us, because hate cannot win here in South Carolina. And we have to show people that we are courageous enough to stand together, to love our brothers, to love our sisters, to love people who don't look like us, who have different backgrounds. The courage that we must show is one that should be something that came from Christ-like. We have to believe in being courageous. That is what I'm calling on this body to do. I know my voice may not be here next session, but I truly believe with young leaders like Representative Garvin, Representative Waters, Representative Grant, Representative Reese, that the future of this General Assembly is in good hands. And I would be honored to continue to work alongside of you, to show that courage together, to come together so that we can show the rest of the people of South Carolina how we work together as leaders, because the people, they sent us up here to do the will of the people, to hold their values true, and for us to truly represent we the people. And we have one of the most beautiful mottos in the entire country. While I breathe, I hope. While we have breath in our bodies, while we have a spirit in these vessels, we should continue to hope for a better future. I will continue to hope every single day that we do the right thing here in South Carolina. I will continue to hope that we assist the least of these. I will continue to hope that we stand united. I will continue to hope that we will represent the people's values and the people's wishes. So as I embark on the rest of this race, I don't know where it's going to take me. I don't know if I end up back here. I don't know what's going to happen. But I know, even though I may be the first, I will not be the last, because I was willing to show that courage, and I would be honored to continue working alongside of you, working with you, and being your next governor of South Carolina. God bless y'all.
Jermaine, don't go anywhere. Let me say this. We do this. We're doing this a little bit backwards. We normally introduce you and give you a resolution, so that has not happened. So Mr. Pope has come up here, and I'm going to recognize him to give you your resolution. With his delegation, please. Your delegation, Richland County delegation, please come up.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to have to stand like this because I don't like Mr. Rutherford behind me. I keep it on, if you know.
Good decision.
Jermaine, I just want to share with you, and this has happened to me a couple times. My wife and I love to go to church to the baptisms. And we always say that what we enjoy is watching the family, not watching the person. I mean, God's got the person who's being baptized in their hands. But I've seen it in baptisms. And I've seen it when we have a team and you have the parents, and I'll watch the parents, not necessarily the students. And when I watched you, young lady, where your man was giving his speech, I saw admiration, I saw love, I saw appreciation for a hard struggle, because these things are hard on families, whatever walk of life you come from. And I know your children are proud. One day they might, KK's 22 now. She said she grew up at the State House, you know, so your kids will understand the service that Dad did. To me, it's tantamount, and no disrespect to our military, but you sacrifice your family. But I watched you, young lady, the entire time, and I know you're so proud of him, and we're proud of you too, sir. I was thinking, I was reading that, so you're born in California. I don't know what we think about all that, but at least you're not a Yankee. I guess we'll take that for what it's worth, though. So, But I was thinking campaign-wise, Born on the 4th of July, you got some cool walkout songs you can do there. But I think more importantly, I was thinking about your basketball career. And I've had the opportunity to watch you up here. And one thing, any of y'all that have played basketball, unfortunately, I waited until my later years to play basketball with the police officers. And when the ball is up there and the tall guy's about to get a rebound, sometimes people will hip check you. Sometimes they'll hit you in the kidneys. Sometimes they'll have to do what they do and be in position. So I've seen you be kind and gracious to these people here, but I've also seen when the ball's up there, I've seen you put a little hip check on some of these folks when you need to. So you learned that in your basketball skills too. If the referee don't call it, it didn't happen, right? You know, so. And the final thing I wanted to share with you before I start teared up is that you said we wouldn't hear your voice. But I think for as long as any of these people serve with us here, if somebody jumps up and says, Mr. Speaker, that's not germane. We're going to think of you because we love you, brother. Congratulations. Congratulations, young lady.
All right, congratulations, Jermaine. We're going to miss you, buddy.
All right, we're on the calendar.
No.
On the calendar, clerk will read.
I was going to say, you know what? We are reading a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, members of the House and Senate, respectfully informs your honorable body, concurs the amendments you proposed to Senate Bill 150.
Message received.
Has appointed Grooms, Bennett, Walker on Senate 831.
Representative Bannister moves that the House insist upon the House amendments and the chair appoints Representative Bannister, Representative Erickson, and Representative Brewer for the conference committee.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, and Senate, respectful members of my body, that concurs in the amendment you proposed to 3556.
Message received.
I'm just taking this right here. I got you. Senate amendments. Curl. Senate amendments to House Bill 5506.
Senate amendments.
Committee report. 5653, Scott, this is Lee delegation. It's a committee report.
Committee report.
Education and Public Works already reports out favorably with amendment at Senate 858,
Committee report.
as well as Senate 1038
Committee report.
and Agriculture favorable with amendment Senate 961.
Committee report.
Ways and Means 765. Committee report.
Committee report.
Ways and Means favorable as is Senate 436. Groom.
Committee report.
Ways and Means favorable as is Senate 1005.
Committee report.
I know. Senate 556 is this a committee report by Ways and Means favorable.
Committee report.
Ways and Means has reported out favorably with amendment 420 Young.
Committee report.
We have a new House resolution by Govan. Sorry for the passing of Mr. Calvin Wright of Orangeburg.
Mr. Govan, you ask unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Ms. McDaniel, South Carolina Legislative Black Caucus.
Adopted.
Mr. Alexander, recognizing the storied history and significant contributions of the Nazarene Missionary Baptist Church.
Representative Alexander asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
As well as the Giles family for their contributions of their.
Representative Alexander again asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Lawson, Chesney Middle School, congratulations, Dacia Moore.
Mr. Lawson asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Brandon Newton, thank you so much, Corporal Shaw.
Representative Brandon Newton asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Govan, honoring Williams Grand Lodge Incorporated.
Mr. Govan asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Rutherford Rose, Heathwood Hall Boys Track.
Mr. Rutherford asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Merle Smith and Weeks, honoring Jay Schwelder, founding CEO.
Mr. Weeks asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Hosey, Department of Transportation, name and intersection.
Invitations.
Senate 1173, Divine, honoring Captivating Columbia. I know.
Adopted.
Committee reports. Judiciary favorable, Senate 829, Alexander.
Committee report.
Judiciary favorable with amendment 922, Senate Bill 922.
Committee report.
Senate 235, Judiciary favorable with amendment, Senate 235.
Committee report.
Judiciary Committee also reports favorable as is, Senate 399, Elliott.
Committee report.
And 428, Allen and Hembry.
Committee report.
Judiciary also favorable as is 845, Senate Bill 845, Young.
Committee report.
Favorable with amendment, Senate 996, Young.
Committee report.
Judiciary once again favorable as is, Senate 823, Rickenbach.
Committee report.
Judiciary favorable with amendment, Senate 751, Sutton and Ott.
Committee report.
A new introduction by Long. Definitions concerning embalmers and funeral home directors.
LCI.
Bamberg, codifying laws by amending it with nicotine delivery products.
Judiciary.
Bamberg, adding another chapter regulating the sale of certain hemp-related material and goods.
Judiciary.
Last introduction, education. Oh no, Senate introduction. Senate new introduction. Senate 222I.
Education. On the calendar. Second reading, we're on page 6. On page 6, second reading, local uncontested bills. Clerk will read.
641, Jordan. This is a Florence delegation. Favorable.
Florence, ready? Florence, ready? Are they ready? Question is second reading on House Bill 5641. Second reading, House Bill 5641. Roll call required in order. Voting on the board. It's a local bill.
Nikki Haley's bill that requires to have roll call votes is what instituted all this. Nobody wants to miss a roll call vote.
All members voted. All members voted. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? It's noted, Mr. Brewer. Now there's any objection. Seeing none, clerk will close polls. Tabulate by a vote of 1060. House Bill 5641 receives second reading. Clerk.
Next up, 196.
We're now in third reading statewide uncontested bills. Clerk will read.
196, Cromer.
Question is third reading on Senate Bill 196. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Third reading is granted. Clerk will read.
697, Gambrel.
Questions third reading on Senate Bill 697. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Senate Bill 697, third reading. Clerk will read.
Senate 163, Verdon.
Questions third reading on Senate Bill 163. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Senate Bill 163 gets third reading. Clerk will read.
439, Senator Peeler, Ways and Means.
Questions third reading on Senate Bill 439. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Senate Bill 439 receives third reading. Clerk will read.
Senate 582, Massey, Judiciary.
Questions third reading on Senate Bill 582. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Senate Bill 582 receives third reading. Clerk will read.
Senate 357 is Senator Rankin, Judiciary again.
Questions third reading on Senate Bill 357. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Senate Bill 357 receives third reading. Clerk will read.
769, Senate Bill 769, Ways and Means.
Questions third reading on Senate Bill 769. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Third reading is granted on Senate Bill 769. Clerk will read.
893, Senate 893, Ways and Means.
Questions third reading on Senate Bill 893. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Third reading is granted on Senate Bill 893. We're now on second reading statewide uncontested bills. We're on the bottom of page 9. Bottom of page 9. Clerk will read.
First bill is 863, Grooms, Ways and Means, favorable, no amendments. Ms. Cobb Hunter.
Simple adjourn debate. Clerk will read. Brandon Newton makes a simple adjourn debate motion. Clerk will read.
Next bill up is 508, Verdon Judiciary. Many amendments.
Mr. Taylor requests debate. Ms. Aremus, Mr. Forrest, Mr. Hartz, Mr. Bowers, Ms. Edgerton, Mr. Magnuson, Mr. Pope, Mr. White, Mr. Caskey, Mr. Hewitt, Mr. Weeks, Mr. Scott. That'll hold it. It's on the contested calendar. That'll hold it.
Okay.
Clerk will read.
Objections. All right. 238, Alexander, Ways and Means. First Amendment is the committee report, Ways and Means. 238.
We're on amendment number 1. We're on amendment number 1 on Senate Bill 238. Mr. Brandon Newton's recognized to speak on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pinch hitting, guys, so give me a second. S238 is amending, this is just the House budget deadline. The deadline needs to be restored to 3/31, and that's what the subcommittee amendment does. It authorizes post-adjournment sessions for budget completion. The subcommittee amendment extends this timeline to the last day in June.
Seeing no questions, the question is adoption of amendment number 1. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and amendment number 1 is adopted. No further.
Number 2, I'm sorry, so that was a Senate amendment. So there's no further amendment.
No further amendments on Senate 238. The question is second reading on Senate 238 as amended. Roll call required in order. Voting on the board. All members voted. Have all members voted that wish to vote? All members voted. Clerk will close the polls, tabulate by a vote of 117-0. Senate Bill 238 receives second reading. Mr. Newton, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which we adjourn debate on S863.
Mr. Newton's motion is to adjourn, make a unanimous consent to reconsider the motion whereby he makes a motion to reconsider the vote whereby we adjourn debate on Senate Bill 863. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. We're back on Senate Bill 893. 863. I got my number. We're now ready on 863. Ms. Cobb Hunter, you're recognized to explain 863.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, culinary arts management What we have before you here is an opportunity for our technical college schools to develop a degree in in culinary arts. This is something that the technical college in Charleston is doing. There are others. Greenville has expressed an interest. What this bill does is simply allow any technical college in our system to be able to create, develop a baccalaureate in culinary arts. I'd be happy to respond to any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Cobb Hunter, I don't see any questions. You must have done a good job. Mr. Robbins wishes to be heard right behind you, though. If you're through, Mr. Robbins wishes to speak.
Mr. Speaker, I am most certainly done, and I certainly yield to my delegation member, Mr. Robbie Robbins. Who is in favor? Oh, sure. Okay.
Mr. Robbins, you are recognized to speak on the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to relay to each one of you that I had the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Wood down at Trident Tech about this issue just recently. And for those of you who do not regularly dine in Charleston, we had a significant blow to the restaurant industry in Charleston a few years ago when Johnson & Wales packed up and went back to North Carolina. And so there is a shortage of young people in the culinary arts field in the Charleston market right now, and there is a desperate need in the restaurant industry for this degree to be awarded by institutions like Trident Technical College and others. So I offer that commentary just for your benefit as we vote on this bill, and I certainly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Question is second reading on Senate Bill 863. Second reading on Senate Bill 863. Roll call required in order, voting on the board. All members voted. Have all members voted? Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing none, clerk will close the polls and tabulate by a vote of 119-0. Senate Bill 863 receives second reading. Clerk will read.
Next bill is 857 LCI. Favorable as is.
Mr. Brandon Newton moves we adjourn debate on Senate 857. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and we have adjourned debate. Clerk will read.
Brandon Simple, 619. Campbell and Turner.
Mr. Brandon Newton once again moves to adjourn debate on Senate Bill 619. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. We've adjourned debate. Clerk will read.
780 Gambrel, LCI.
Mr. Newton once again moves to adjourn debate on Senate Bill 780. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate on 780. Clerk will read.
787, amendment number 1 is LCI's committee report.
Mr. Newton once again moves to adjourn debate on Senate 787. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate on Senate 787. Clerk will read.
Senate 830, Alexander, LCI favorable as is. All right.
Who's taking that one? Mr. Gagnon, you taking 830? Senate Bill 830? Who's taking Senate Bill 830? Mr. Gagnon moves to adjourn debate on Senate 830. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Bamberg. We've adjourned debate on Senate Bill 830. Clerk will read.
We have a joint resolution. This is approving regs from administrative procedure.
Mr. Brandon Newton moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 5638. All in favor say aye.
Simple.
All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate on 5638. Clerk will read.
All right. 832, Sutton Graham, education. 832, education.
Let me see what I do with this one. Let me see. You want to raise 24? Can you raise? Mr. Rutherford moves for the raise the 24-hour point. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and Mr. Rutherford's raised the 24-hour point. Clerk will read. Ms. Cobb Hunter's recognized for a quick introduction. Ms. Cobb Hunter's recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, he didn't want me to do it, but I want you to recognize and acknowledge our former colleague, the Honorable Representative Ben Connell from Kershaw County in the back. Hey, Ben.
Welcome back, Ben. Always good to see you, my friend. Always good to see you. We are now on House Bill 3851. Clerk will read.
3851 is Wooten Sunscreen Devices Education.
Mr. Brandon Newton moves to recommit House Bill 3851 to education. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. We've recommitted it back to education.
Yes, sir.
Clerk will read.
Senate 812, Rankin, education.
Who's taking 812? Mr. Hartnett is recognized to speak on Senate 812.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, thank you for allowing me to speak on this bill. This bill was brought to us by local cycling groups and other groups in the area that have asked for the change. The amendment statute related to it's related to cyclists pausing at red lights. The bill removes the requirement to pause for 120 seconds before going through the light to allow the cyclist to simply stop and proceed through the light when it is safe to do so. This bill also allows them to make right or left turns on red when it is safe to do so. The reason behind this is when bicycles pull up to red lights, even if the traffic is clear, they don't have the weight in order to trip the signals to go from red to green. They don't. There's not enough weight to let the light know that they are there. So this is just a simple bill to allow them to proceed through the light when it is safe to do so. Mr. Speaker, I move.
You have a couple of questions. Will you take them, Mr. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Moss is recognized for the first question. House will please stay in order. We got some questions going on. Mr. Moss, you're recognized.
So we got after stopping and safe to turn, we got to turn on right, turn on red. So you just said turn left or right.
Yes, sir, that is correct. For bicyclists, once they have come to a stop, if they know that the intersection is clear, then they are allowed to proceed.
So you're going to allow them to turn left, but not other traffic?
If there's no traffic coming and they perceive that it's safe to do so, then yes, sir, they are allowed to do so. Now, this is bicycles, not motorcycles or vehicles.
Not an electric bike?
I
mean, those electric bikes will go faster than a moped, so I'm just asking.
Oh, I agree
for
with
a friend.
Mr. Representative Moss, it did not differentiate between between e-bikes and standard bicycles.
So does it have to have pedals?
I would imagine a bicycle's got to have pedals.
Well, some of them are electric. I'm just asking. I don't know. It just draw air when you said turn left or right.
Yes, sir, I understand.
I just don't want nobody to get run over.
Understood, sir. Well, just be careful. Look both ways. Stop, look, and listen.
Seeing no further questions, the question is, hold on, spoke too soon. Mr. Williams, you're recognized for the next question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hold on a second. House will come to order, please. We're in new legislation. We hadn't talked about this before, so House will come to order. If you got a conversation, move it to the corners. Mr. Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we talk about bicycles and coming to a complete stop, and for those who are riding, I'm concerned about those who ride bicycles with their radio on in their ear, with the plugs in their ear. So therefore, they're not able to hear other than what the sound. But as far as seeing, they still can do that. Have y'all took that in consideration for those who are riding bicycles? It's just almost like driving a car with a cell phone. Have y'all took that into consideration?
Mr. Representative Williams, I understand what you were saying, but that was not addressed in this bill. This bill just simply says that they can come to a stop, and if they perceive that it is safe to move through, then they are allowed to proceed within that 120-second window.
Okay, and this basically saying that they don't really have to come to a complete stop. They can just yield, and if it's clear, they can continue to ride. Is that correct?
If they perceive that the intersection is clear, cyclists, the way it was described to us by the biking people, that they're not coming like a vehicle. They're not coming full speed. They're slowing down. They're more aware of their surroundings. They're looking at the intersections before they move through. If they stop, if they perceive traffic coming, they would stop. If they perceive the intersection was clear, then they could proceed on through the light. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have you stepped away, Mr. Hartnett? He stepped away. He stepped away from the podium. The pending question, the second reading on Senate Bill 812. Mr. Burns, what purpose do you rise? Ain't nobody there to answer it. I'm sorry. He stepped away. Question is, it's second reading on Senate. You going to withhold your motion and ask your question, or you want to keep your motion in order? All right, you withdraw your motion. Mr. Hartnett has returned to the podium, and you're recognized, Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Hartnett, Mr. Moss raised a valid point about what the definition of a bicycle is, because under the duty to keep a proper lookout, the proper lookout is one of the conditions of it is a human-propelled vehicle. So what Mr. Moss was speaking about is sometimes you have these electric vehicles, and did they have pedals, or do they have pedals? Because some of these e-bikes, you can propel it from human force, but you also can have an electric vehicle, which is you could do it by pedaling, and you can turn on the electric vehicle. So he had a valid point. I think we need some clarification on the definition of a bicycle going through this intersection.
Mr. Hart, what we believe is that they would be considered, that the e-bikes would probably be considered with the bicycles. The point of it is the weight of the bicycle is unable to trip the triggers on the light. So that's e-bike, bicycle, still very light. That's what this bill is trying to address.
Okay.
Same rule applies for motorcycles.
So, okay.
Sorry. This is a standard rule for motorcycles that we are adopting for bicycles.
Okay. All right.
Apologize.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Hartnett has stepped away. The question is second reading on Senate Bill 812. Roll call required and ordered. Voting on the board. All members voted. All members voted. Clerk will close the polls and tabulate by a vote of 93-18. Senate Bill 812 receives second reading. Clerk will read.
7-11.
Mr. Brandon Newton raises 25 point sustained.
Brandon Newton, simple, 24.
Clerk read.
We have 695, Senator Young. 3M is reported out favorably with the committee report, which is amendment number 1.
Mr. Brandon Newton raises 24 point sustained. Clerk read.
868, Senator Elliott. 3M favorable as is.
Mr. Brandon Newton raises 24 point sustained.
Brandon Newton, 24. Senate 819 is Senator Virgin.
Mr. Brandon Newton raises 24 point sustained.
Brandon, 24. 894, Alexander. 3M favorable.
Mr. Brandon Newton raises 24 point sustained.
24. 453, Burden. 3M favorable as is.
Mr. Newton raises 24 point sustained.
Brandon Newton, 24. 1062, Senate Education Committee without reference.
Mr. Brandon Newton raises 24 point sustained.
Same. Senate 958, Burden. This is.
Mr. Newton once again raises 24 point sustained.
Newton, 24.
We're on page 16. Withdrawal, objections, request for debate. Any withdrawal, objection, request for debate? Seeing none, we're in unanimous consent request. Mr. Yao, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request to withdraw Senate Bill 222. This is the UTV bill that just passed the Senate. I spoke with the chair lady. She will not object. This bill has been passed by the House 2 or 3 times and has an exemption for the farmers as well.
Mr. Yao, could you tell me, it's 222, but what is it? What committee is it in?
Education, Public Works.
Mr. Yao moves that we recall Senate Bill 222 from the Education Committee and place it on the calendar. Is any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You were the speaker on Thursday. Yesterday we had Speaker Pope. But once again, Representative Bamberg tried to get his very liberal chicken bill onto the floor. And worse, Mr. Speaker, he once again put it on the gram. And Mr. Speaker, that is Instagram. It's a social media platform that he uses to try to rile his supporters. I got home last night. I only had an hour with my family, and I have a 3-year-old. Mr. Speaker, notifications were popping up, and ultimately it distracted me during my family time. Along those lines, Mr. Speaker, he also misrepresented. I mean, it makes it sound like I'm against chickens. And I'm not. Our neighbor, Eric and Erin Cash, they have chickens. They allow my 3-year-old to play with the chickens, and sometimes we watch them. So I don't have an issue with chickens. What I have an issue with is going against home rule. I think that's a conservative opinion. So again, I think this is just purely political posturing over chickens, and I think it's damaged our relationship. Instead of whether he is a Dino, a Democrat in name only, or whether I'm a Rhino, Republican in name only, I kind of think that this is like, are we decimates in name only? Hashtag domino. So I would ask a unanimous consent.
He's getting to his unanimous consent right now.
I was just getting to it. I would ask unanimous consent that Representative Bamberg not be allowed to use unanimous consent today.
Mr. Beach, what? Y'all two are getting a little cocky over there. Mr. Beach, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to recall House Bill 5398 from the Ways and Means Committee to be placed on the calendar. This is the bill that suspends the gas tax for 60 days.
Mr. Beach, unanimous consent to recall House Bill 5398 from the Ways and Means, have it placed on the calendar. Mr. Rutherford objects. Any others? Mr. Reese.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to pull Senate Bill 768 from Ways and Means to bring that to the floor. This bill is to amend the South Carolina Code regulating homestead exemptions and to have those exemptions increased from $50,000 to $100,000 and the age reduced of eligibility from 65 to 60.
Mr. Reese moves that we unanimous consent to recall Senate Bill 768 from the Ways and Means Committee, have it placed on the calendar. Is there objection? Mr. Hewitt objects. Ms. Spanweiler, what purpose do you rise? Ms. Spanweiler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request unanimous consent for House Bill 3202 from LCI. This bill will take away copays on diagnostic testing for breast cancer that covers mammograms, diagnostic mammograms, ultrasounds, MRIs, all of those things. As many of you know, I am a thriver at this time with breast cancer, and I want you all to know that I met my $3,000 deductible within 25 days of my diagnosis due to these. It is, it's a challenge. Breast cancer is the most expensive cancer there is, and would like to have this brought forward.
Ms. Spanweiler asks unanimous consent to recall House Bill 3202 from the LCI Committee and have it placed on the calendar. Chairman Herb Kurzman objects. Time has expired in the unanimous consent request. We're now on Senate amendments.
Senate amendments to 3768.
Mr. Brandon Newton moves that we adjourn debate on Senate amendments on House Bill 3768. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. We've adjourned debate on House Bill 3768. Clerk will read.
Next bill is the Appropriations Bill 5126.
Mr. Brandon Newton makes a simple adjourn debate motion on House Bill 5126. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Next amendment, Merle Smith 3022. And this bill is Senate amendments. It was in our 3M committee. On the desk, we have Representative Heath Sessions, Amendment 1A. Mr. Sessions.
Representative Sessions is recognized to speak on Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a House bill primarily sponsored by Mark Smith that we passed last year. It was a technical bill regarding the long-term, I can't remember the exact name. What was the long-term care council? And we allowed flexibility for that council to have designees instead of the governor and certain directors of certain agencies. Well, when the Senate took it up, they amended it, and they made a Scrivener's error on the name of the, So when we passed S2, we created the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. We asked Legislative Council to make some name changes. The Senate attempted to expedite those code updates and made a Scrivener's error. So this amendment just fixes that. Move for passage.
The question is adoption of Amendment number 1. Okay. The question is adoption of Amendment number 1. Roll call required in order. The question is adoption of Amendment number 1. Voting on the board. All members voted. All members voted. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing and hearing none, clerk will close the poll and tabulate by a vote of 118 to 0. Amendment number 1 is adopted. It goes back to the Senate.
All right.
Clerk will read.
Next bill on the calendar is 3034. Mr. Collins' bill is recalled and placed on the calendar, and there are no amendments.
Representative Jeff Johnson is recognized to speak on the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Senate amendment to the police dog bill. The Senate made a few minor changes, and I'm going to ask that the body concur with these changes. Representative Collins, he is the primary sponsor, and he also asked that you concur. He is fine with them. The first change is the Senate removed the mandatory minimum fine and lowered the overall fine when someone teases, taunts, or strikes a police dog. That means there's no permanent injury. The Senate lowered the maximum fine from $5,000 to $1,000. Also, you may recall the House adopted an amendment on the floor to reduce the prison time from 5 years to 1 year for that charge. The Senate agreed, so there was no change there. The Senate also lowered the penalty for shooting at a police horse or canine while they are in the vehicle and do not actually harm the animal. This change would make so to be consistent with our shooting into a dwelling bill that we passed out of the House just a couple of weeks ago. Lastly, the Senate added language that would permit the Insurance Reserve Fund to reimburse local law enforcement for the care of the canine that's injured. I would ask that you concur in the Senate amendments. Mr. Speaker, I'll take any questions if there are any. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Johnson has explained what the Senate has done on our House Bill 3034, and he asks you to concur in the Senate amendments. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. We're voting on the board. Concurrence. All members voted. All members voted. Clerk will close the polls and tabulate by a vote of 116 to 2. The House concurs in the Senate amendments. Clerk will read.
Senate amendments to House Bill 3195 Haddon.
Mr. Hewitt moves to 24-hour. These Senate
Hewitt,
amendments.
24.
Point is sustained. Clerk will read.
Senate 3453 Rose. Senate amendments. We have no House amendment.
Mr. Cox is recognized to explain what the Senate did on House Bill 3453. You're recognized, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment strikes the House amendment that allows in-state college tuition for retired military personnel, honorably discharged veterans, and their dependents. This amendment restores the bill to its original intent to allow a child of a wartime veteran to receive free tuition if the child has been a resident of the state since birth. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
Mr. Cox moves that the House concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 3453. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. We're voting on the board. All members voted. All members voted. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing and hearing none, clerk will close the polls and tabulate by a vote of 117 to 0. The House concurs in the Senate amendments on 3453. Clerk will read.
Mr. Lowe, 3842.
Mr. Session is recognized to speak on the Senate amendments on 3842.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3842 is the physical therapist handicap placards bill that we passed out last year. While this version that we passed out showed that the physical therapist could only provide temporary handicap certification, the Senate amendments just further clarify that. I move to concur.
Mr. Session moves to concur in the Senate amendments on House Bill 3842. He's asked you to concur. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. We're voting on the board. All members voted. All members voted. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing and hearing none, clerk will close the polls, tabulate by a vote of 117 to 0. The House concurs with the Senate amendments. Clerk will read.
3872 is the Senate amendment. This bill is agriculture's bill. We have no amendments in it. 3872 Ag.
Chairman Hickson is recognized to speak on what the Senate did to House Bill 3872.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that you would concur with the Senate amendment. The Senate amendment just wanted to make sure that each year that the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources reports to the Senate Fish and Game Committee and the House Ag Committee on the more of the land that they received, and to make sure we don't lose any land in the Heritage Protection Act.
Mr. Hickson moves that you concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 3872. You're going to vote green to concur, red to non-concur. We're voting on the board. All members voted. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing none, clerk will close the poll, tabulate by a vote of 117 to 0. The House concurs with the Senate amendments. Clerk will read.
5064 Yao. Recalled from education.
Mr. Yao is recognized to speak on House Bill 5064.
We asked you to concur with the Senate amendments. This bill just allows the delegation of Chesterfield, Marlboro, and Dillon to allow another slot on the Northeastern Technical College board. It has to be in the industry.
Mr. Yao moves that the House concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 5064. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. All in favor say aye. I'm sorry, voting on the board. I'm sorry, my fault. Got to vote green to concur, red to non-concur. All members voted. Have all members now voted? Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing none, clerk will close the polls and tabulate. By a vote of 114-0, the House concurs with the Senate amendments. Clerk will read.
Next bill on the calendar is 5073 Petalino and a plethora of others. No amendments.
Mr. Bradley's recognized to explain what the Senate did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are, actually, I'm going to ask you to concur with the Senate. There were a couple of technical changes that they made, and we've looked at them, and there's nothing there to concern ourselves with. So,
Mr. Bradley asked that we concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 5073. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. We're voting on the board. Mr. Ligon, does it relate to the roll call? Yes, sir, Mr. Ligon.
Yes, sir. We saw Mr. Bradley's family, his beautiful family this morning, and as a former suite mate of mine, I think I recall, Mr. Bradley, that you probably had a birthday the other day while we were home for the weekend, so I forgot to say happy birthday to you sooner.
Happy birthday, Jeff.
Did you know, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that. Happy birthday. All members voting. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing none, clerk will close the polls and tabulate by vote of 114 to 3. The House concurs with the Senate amendments. We're now on page 20. We're at the top of page 20. Clerk will read.
Next bill we have is 5131 Senate Amendments Hartnett.
Mr. Hartnett's recognized to tell us what the Senate did.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, thank you. This bill passed the House. The Senate made some technical changes into it, just added a different plate to the list. I moved for concurrence with the bill.
Mr. Hartnett moves that we concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 5131. Voting on the board, you vote green to concur, red to non-concur. We're voting on the board. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing and hearing none, clerk will close the polls. Tabulate by vote of 115 to 0. The House concurs with the Senate amendments. Clerk will read.
Senate Amendments to House Bill 5205 McGinnis.
Mr. McGinnis, you're recognized. Tell us what the Senate did on House Bill 5205.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was a bill that we passed overwhelmingly. This was the campus safety bill. We heard from universities and their public safety departments. We actually concur. I ask that you concur with the Senate's amendments. It kind of streamlines things, and we're good with it. So I move for concurrence.
Mr. McGinnis moves that we concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 5205. Voting on the board, you vote green to concur, red to non-concur. Voting on the board. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Duly noted, Mr. Burns. Is there any objection to cutting the roll call short now? Seeing and hearing none, so ordered. Clerk will close the polls. Tabulate by a vote of 116 to 0. The House concurs with the Senate amendment on House 5205. We're now on third reading. Statewide contested bills. The question, clerk will read, I'm sorry.
Kill Martin, 4042 3M. Adopted amendment.
Question is third reading on House Bill 4042. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Third reading is granted to House Bill 4042. Mr. Brandon Newton now moves that the House recede until 1:30. House recedes until 1:30. We got a lot of work to do this afternoon, so be back at 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. We receded till 1:30. There's lunch on the ground.
Prescribed burning, also known as controlled burning, are planned fires conducted under specific conditions to achieve various land management goals. In South Carolina, more than 500,000 acres of land are burned each year through prescribed burnings. These intentional fires are an essential tool in managing the state's diverse ecosystems, including forests, grasslands, and wetlands. While the concept of intentionally setting fires may seem counterintuitive, the prescribed burnings offer a range of benefits for both the environment and society. They are also quite a spectacle when you get to see them from the sky. Prescribed burnings offer numerous benefits. They reduce fuel loads, lowering the risk of uncontrolled wildfires, and restore habitats by removing overgrowth and invasive species. Additionally, prescribed burnings improve forest health, particularly in pine forests, by reducing competition from hardwoods and encouraging the growth of desirable species. One of the primary agencies responsible for conducting prescribed burnings in South Carolina is the South Carolina Forestry Commission. Working closely with other agencies like the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, landowners, communities, and other stakeholders, they ensure the prescribed burnings are conducted safely and effectively. The process of conducting a prescribed burn involves precise planning and execution. Fire managers begin by strategically igniting a backfire or backburn, which burns against the prevailing wind. This intentional strategy creates a slower moving, more manageable fire. Once the backfire is established, additional methods like flank fires and head fires are used to fill in the burn area. These fires are carefully controlled to limit the heat intensity and smoke production, ensuring they stay within acceptable levels. The goal is to create a mosaic pattern of burned and unburned vegetation, achieving the desired land management objectives while minimizing the environmental impact. After a prescribed burn is conducted, the immediate aftermath may show a blackened understory, with smaller fuels consumed by the fire. However, larger fuels like logs and stumps may continue to smolder for several days. Over time, herbaceous vegetation will resprout, and the site should be lush with greenery within a few months. The skeletons of hardwood vegetation killed by the fire will begin to break down, becoming fuel for future fires. Repeating prescribed burnings over time helps to maintain a healthy balance of vegetation and reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires. Prescribed burnings play a vital role in the management of South Carolina's diverse ecosystems. The South Carolina Forestry Commission, through their careful planning and execution, help maintain a balance in the environment, ensuring its long-term health and sustainability for future generations to enjoy, whether on the ground or from the sky.
Live your life within the moment, and don't go wait until the morning. You never know when it is over. All that I know is they'll get older. So let us dance this night away. And we'll dance the night away.
Hello, I'm Brittany Brackett,
and welcome to this edition of Back Road Bites. South Carolina is known for a lot of great foods, but there's none more famous than our world-renowned barbecue. And we're here today at one of the many celebrations of this cuisine at the first ever Getting Saucy barbecue sauce competition in North Charleston. This tasty festival features music, food, fun, and of course, saucy flavor creators from around the state who've gathered to claim the title of South Carolina Barbecue Sauce Grand Champion. We'll hear more about the festival later in the show, but first, let's visit Scott's Barbecue, located in tiny Hemingway, just a stone's throw from Myrtle Beach. This hidden gem was founded in 1972 by Ella and Roosevelt Rosie Scott. For over 40 years, these pit masters used a special down-home cooking technique to serve up their own brand of love.
South Carolina, the people here, they love their barbecue. My name's Sam Wilson. We at Scott's Barbecue in Hemingway, South Carolina. We barbecue whole hogs. We do the whole hogs. We do ribs. We do chicken, and all that stuff like that. The barbecue was founded in 1972 by my brother-in-law, Roosevelt Scott, which is no longer with us, He's the founder and the owner of the business. As of December, I was partly taking over, the business, along with my other pitmaster, Terry Blow, and Dominic Scott, and along with my sister, Ella Jane Scott, which is Roosevelt Scott's wife. Well, lately, people was coming from all over the place. I had some family from West Virginia, had some people from Canada, Texas, from all over the places now, coming, to the barbecue place, which is good. And we really appreciate, the people's coming from all over the place to enjoy Scott's Barbecue. If South Carolina was one dish, it would be Scott's Barbecue, with his whole hogs and everything. It's the best barbecue in South Carolina, period. Well, the sauce is vinegar based. That's all I can say is vinegar based. My brother-in-law started the sauce, and it continued on down, so which we still continue today to do that. Can't share no secret recipes. All I can tell you is just vinegar-based sauce. Well, when you come to Scott's Barbecue, you can get barbecue sandwich, you can get coleslaw, baked beans, potato salad, and we do have ribs, and we have chicken, whole chicken, and some days we have the leg quarters we sell too. So basically, it's been a lot of ribs, barbecue. Like I said, it's been all of the above. Can't get enough. People can't get enough of it. We open by 9:30 and we close at 5 on Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday we close at 7. Supposed to close at 7, but the way things been going lately, we've been closing at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, because we were selling out. And once we sell out, we're done. We're closed, People was coming afterwards, and said, well, y'all didn't cook enough hogs. I can cook a lot of hogs, but when people come in, you start buying a whole hog, quarter of a hogs, and it doesn't last long. If you come in here, we're going to try to do our best to please you, make sure you're happy. Hemingway, the people in Hemingway are real great people. The whole neighborhood, the surrounding area, and people, we really appreciate their business, and they've been with us a long time. It's an hour ride from Myrtle Beach here, and it's on the main road, which is convenience. You don't have to go a half a mile off the road. You don't have to go a mile off the road. You can just exit right off the highway. And it's very convenient for everybody, and that makes a lot of difference too. Hope the people can continue to come and enjoy it, and We here at Scott's Barbecue and the family going to try to do as much as we can to please them and keep everybody happy.
South Carolina pitmasters serve up smoky flavors in all parts of the state, as we see in our next excursion a bit farther north. At 811 Hash Boulevard in Buffalo, South Carolina, you'll find Midway Barbecue. Well, technically 811 Main Street if you're entering it into your GPS. In this segment, you'll see why Midway Barbecue has stood the test of time. Serving the community since 1941, this area favorite is one of the last remaining hash houses in Union County.
Jay Allen. I run Midway Barbecue in Buffalo, South Carolina, and the address is 811 Hash Boulevard. My father-in-law started it years ago. He had several professions before that, but his love was hash and barbecue. So he said that he wasn't good at anything else, but I don't believe that. But he was great at hash and barbecue. So he put all his weekend efforts, he and his son, into hash and barbecue. And then at about 55, he converted to full-time. I always tell everybody, our name is Midway Barbecue, but really it should be Midway Hash. We sell probably 4 to 1 hash to barbecue. My father-in-law told me when he hired me, I'm good with anything you do, but don't change my recipes or I'll fire you. And we haven't. And when he started, there was about 50 or 60 people competitors with him. So, and now we're the last one in Union County, and we're really the last person that does hash the way we do it. Being in a small town like Union, the slogan for the city is the city of hospitality, and I think we emulate that when we wait on customers. We have 4 registers on the counter, but I have 7 or 8 people taking orders. We want to get people in and out fast and treat them really well. If South Carolina was a dish here, it'd definitely be hash, but chicken stew's a close second. The reason chicken stew's a close second is because it's more in cold weather months. But unbelievable the following we have for hash and chicken stew. In the back, we have 100-gallon cast iron pots, and that's probably the reason that our food tastes so good. Our recipes are huge. So when I say 100 gallons, it's literally 100 gallons. Our recipe for stew is like 64 gallons, and our recipe for hash is about 500 pounds. You know, we have our own style with a ketchup-based sauce mixed in. And then when my wife and I took over, we do a pulled pork and we do sauces on the side. So you can kind of get anything you want, any region we cover, whether it's a vinegar pepper, a ketchup-based mustard, or the way I like it is with no sauce. Today we cooked like 400 pounds of pulled pork, 500 pounds of hash, 64 gallons of stew. And we let word of mouth do our advertising for us. And, you know, we've been here a long, long time, you know, over 50 years. So we just let our cooking, you know, be our claim to fame. I don't know everybody, but I know a large majority of the people that come in. And that makes it fun. I tell everybody I don't go to work because it's fun for me. And I get to see 1 million people, I get to talk, I get to laugh, we get to have fun, and I like to encourage. But it's a lot of hard work. This is what I love, so I'm glad to do it.
We're here today with Brandon Close, who is the mastermind behind the first annual Getting Saucy barbecue sauce competition. How are you doing?
Good, nice to meet you.
It is a pleasure to be here. Tell us how you came up with this amazing idea.
My wife and I went to a wine festival, a wine tasting. They had like 40 different booths and you got a little taste. And being in barbecue sauce, I said, why can't we do this with barbecue?
Well, the beautiful thing about this state is that we know some barbecue. Okay, so what needs to be in a sauce? Like, don't give it all away, but what are some of the things that you need to have in a sauce?
See, I prefer tang. doesn't have to be all vinegar, but I prefer the tang. Of course, we founded our company on the mustard base, so but we've got a good tang with that one too, and of course with our red too. I'm a sweet guy too, so I'm a firm believer in whatever region you're in, go to the person that does that region style the best and eat that. If you're in a vinegar state or region, eat the vinegar sauce. If you're in mustard, go for the mustard. There's gratification in putting out a great product and seeing that happiness on somebody's face.
I agree.
And I don't remember who said it, so I can't quote them. It was somebody super famous, but they said, like, when you cook, it's showing your patrons a part of you.
Yeah, and you're sharing something you love.
Yeah.
And thank you for sharing it with us, Brandon.
Yeah,
Here with
appreciate
Brandon
it.
Close. I'm here now with Miss Sandrina Dunning, who is the event coordinator for this incredible event. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
What does being a producer of an event like this mean? How much does it take to run this event?
It takes a lot, but it takes a team, you know, a good team. And luckily for this event, we had an amazing team. You guys probably know already, but Arc of the Low Country is such an amazing cause. You know, they deal with people with intellectual and physical disabilities. And it's such a great support here today. We had Ben Fagan and the Holy City Hooligans. We have Lauren Hall, who's performing, who's an amazing country and Western star here in Charleston. We got LaFay and the fellas coming up. They have rock and soul, so it's amazing. It's actually rock soul. Got a little rock, got a little soul, so she put it together, it's called Rock Soul. And we had Chris Boone this morning, so luckily, you know, all the friends came through and they're sharing their love, sharing their entertainment for a great cause.
We're here with Mr. Bernard Johnson, who is the executive director of the Arc of the Low Country. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing good, enjoying your amazing event. This event is great to cover barbecue with the sauce and then show a love for those with disabilities as well. You and Mr. Brandon Close are partners, correct?
Yes. It's pretty amazing because Brandon and I met at a networking meeting. And as we were talking about what our occupations were, he expressed an interest in wanting to bring a competition to Charleston, but he wanted to be impartial about it. And I said, I've got the right organization for that particular item. And I began to explain to him about the Arc, and we were like, we're off and running. We met the following Tuesday, then we came back Thursday. We took a break.
Okay.
Did some brainstorming on our own, came back together. That following week, we had a tentative schedule, and we started to put a complete team together. And boom, here we are today
Here
with
we
everyone.
are.
Yes.
Well, you're doing a great work here, Mr. Bernard. We are here with Bernard Johnson of Arc of the Low Country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's come back to Lexington, South Carolina, where in 2014, Chef Chris Williams honored his late grandfather, Leroy Carter, by starting Roy's Grill. This famously delicious restaurant is definitely in good hands, as Chef Chris is one of the chef ambassadors of South Carolina. Let's see what they've got cooking down at Roy's Grill.
My name is Chris Williams. We are in Lexington, South Carolina. We are at my restaurant, Roy's Grill. Roy's Grill I started it back in 2014. I had been in the business since a teenager. I'd always wanted to own my own. I finally found a way. God made it possible. My grandfather, unfortunately, had passed away before I had the opportunity to open it, so it only felt right naming it Roy's Grill. You know, his name was Leroy Carter. So a lot of the things that I have on my menu are actually named after him. You know, the Carter's Club, you know, all of our barbecue sauces all kind of have something to do with him. But if I had to give a few of people's favorite dishes, it'd definitely be our nachos. We take our pulled pork and we make nachos with them. We have pulled pork nacho. We have a blackened chicken nacho. They love our pulled pork, our ribs, all of our barbecue. And then we also have a burger that we call the bacon jalapeno pimento cheeseburger. We make our own pimento cheese in-house. We cut, cure, and smoke our own bacon in-house. And they really, really enjoy that sandwich. First of all, our location makes us unique. You know, we're in the corner of a gas station. You know, we can't forget about that. You know, barbecue's barbecue. Every pit master puts his own unique spin, his own unique twist on his barbecue. So I would have to say my rub, the way I make my sauce, and of course my location, you know, would make my barbecue unique to South Carolina. If South Carolina was a plate here at Roy's Grill, it would definitely be our slow smoked pulled pork with some of our ribs, served with the side of our collard greens and our hash and rice. Maybe a little potato salad on the side. Definitely South Carolina on the plate. I'm getting ready to make one of our signature barbecue sauces that we make here at Roy's Grill. I'm getting ready to make the Sweet Sassy Red, which is our light tomato-based barbecue sauce. So here we go. Well, one of the things that's helped me in my business is going to be the Chef Ambassadors Program. The South Carolina Chef Ambassadors Program was started about 8 years ago by then Governor Nikki Haley and Chef Brandon Veely. He's the head chef of Juniper's out in Rich Springs. It was created to highlight local chefs that are kind of off the beaten path. So that brought a lot of notoriety and recognition to me, being that I'm in a gas station. That helped a lot. But what it also did was it helped springboard me into my next move. Actually, this is my current location, but we're getting ready to move to a larger location in Irmo in about a month. It's going to be at 7971 Woodrow Street, Suite 5, Irmo, South Carolina. So just the culmination of everything I've done in my career, plus the ambassadorship, has definitely helped catapult me to the next level in my career. So I'm grateful for it.
With 4 unique locations, let's take a look at the Smokin' Pig in Pennington, South Carolina. This family-owned restaurant continues to not only feed the community with amazing barbecue, but has created an atmosphere for people of all ages to enjoy. Here's a sneak peek at what's on the menu at the Smokin' Pig.
My name is Barry Devers, and we are in Pendleton, South Carolina, just outside Clemson University. We started the Smokin' Pig in 2009. We had 3 children, and we've always been in the restaurant business our whole life, but we ended up working 7 days a week. We thought the barbecue, honestly, just being open on the weekend was our biggest draw, and we've never opened more than 3 days a week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Brisket's a big seller of ours, but I'll be honest with you, I'ma always go back to our pork. It just tells me that I'm eating at a barbecue place when I got a beautiful plate of pork in front of me. You can pick the sauces on the table. We make all the sauces in-house. And even though I love our brisket and I think it's really good, I'm just a pork guy day in, day out. The fried corn is something that we started this year where we grow it in the backfield. We actually pick it back there, we bring it straight up to the restaurant, we shuck it in the back, and we deep fat fry it out, and it's been one of our biggest sellers. It's the thing that makes Smokin' Pig unique, a little bit cut above or different than the rest of them is, it's a destination, it's almost an experience when you come here. We've added a lot of stuff in the last year. We have a putt-putt that is free for anybody that comes here. We have cornholes now. We have a turf where you can go out, bring your blanket, enjoy it out there. We have craft beer now, a part of that. So it's not just come and eat and leave. And you can do that, honestly, but if you want to enjoy it more and just hang out with us and enjoy the people you with, this is the place to do it. If South Carolina was a dish here at the Smokin' Pig, it would have to consist of our pork, our mill ground grits, and our fresh corn. And of course, it's got to have the banana pudding. So we have people that leave tags that goes on the back of their car and they'll want us to put it up. And we certainly are glad to do that. We've had colleges that would bring their oars when they're competing down here at Clemson. And they came in here and saw the Clemson oar up on the wall. And they say, hey, if we bring one of our oars, will you put it up? Absolutely. They bring their college flag. We're always proud and glad to fly that and put up any kind of stuff like that. We encourage them to sign it, of course. And a lot of our patrons have signed the walls inside our original place in here. And that's just one of the fun factors that makes this place right here just something fun to come back to. Even if you don't sign the wall, you can read that where other people have and what some of the things that they have put on there, and just, I don't know, it just makes it a fun place to visit.
Right outside of Greenville is the beautiful little city of Fountain Inn. And I heard you can find some great barbecue there. Bobby's Barbecue knows about everything barbecue and the perfect seasoning. Serving the local community near and far, Bobby's has definitely left a lasting impression on first-time barbecue diners and visitors to the South. Bobby let us drop by, so grab some napkins because here are a few popular bites that'll make your mouth water.
My name is Tay Nelson. Me and my wife Sarah own Bobby's Barbecue in Fountain Inn, South Carolina. For people that are familiar with the area, we're on the southern tip of Greenville County. We started with a seasoning first. Most people do it the other way around, restaurant
Members
then
of
the
the
seasoning.
Senate and guests will please rise as we receive our distinguished president. Senate will please come to order. Members and guests will remain standing while we're led in our devotion by our chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Chaplain?
We read in the book of Proverbs that the fear of the Lord teaches wisdom, and humility comes before honor. From Proverbs chapter 15, verse 33. Let us bow in prayer, my friends. Holy God, it is no secret that serving the public, as these leaders do, is filled with challenges. And any who might believe otherwise are only kidding themselves. To serve as these senators do is not always a proverbial walk in the park. At times it may even be just the opposite of all that. Nonetheless, how satisfying it must be to know that one has honorably and selflessly done his or her absolute best to make life somewhat better for others. And so we ask you, Lord, to bless each of the women and men here in the Senate of South Carolina who indeed do care genuinely and even thoughtfully for those whom they serve. We are indeed humbled by and grateful for each one for his or her dedication. In your loving name, we do pray, dear Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great afternoon. Please be seated. Senator from Cherokee, what purpose do you answer?
Call of the Senate.
A call of the Senate has been requested, granted, ordered. Clerk, ring the bell. Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you answer?
Just a quick note. I see we paid the light bill since yesterday.
All systems are go. The reading clerk, Senator from Pickens, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Consent to distribute material.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate to record your presence.
Mr. Adams. Absent. Mr. Alexander is present. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen is present. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett is present. Mr. Blackman, present. Mr. Bright, present. Mr. Campson. Mr. Campson. Absent. Mr. Cash, present. Mr. Chaplin. Absent. Mr. Clymer is present. Mr. Corbin. Absent. Mr. Cromer is present. Mr. Davis. Absent. Mrs. Devine is present. Mr. Elliott. Absent. Mr. Fernandez is present. Mr. Gambrell is present. Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch is present. Mr. Graham is present. Mr. Grooms. Absent. Mr. Hembry. Absent. Mr. Hutto. Mr. Hutto is present. Mr. Jackson is present. Mr. Johnson. Absent. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy is present. Mr. Kimbrell. Absent. Mr. Lieber. Absent. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Absent. Mrs. Matthews is present. Mr. Ott. Absent. Mr. Peeler is present. Mr. Rankin. Absent. Mr. Rickenbaugh is present. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb is present. Mr. Stubbs is present. Mr. Sutton is present. Mr. Tedder. Absent. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Verdon. Mr. Verdon is present. Mr. Walker is present. Mr. Williams is present. Mr. Young. Absent. Mr. Zell. Mr. Zell is present.
Have all members recorded your... Senator Chaplin is present. Senator Elliott is present. Senator Adams is present. Senator Grooms, it's good to see you, sir, is present. Senator Johnson is present. Further members wishing to record your presence. Senator Davis is present. Further members wishing to record your presence. Senator Corbin is present. Senator Tedder is present. Have all members recorded your presence? Final call. The polls are closed. The clerk will please tabulate. 38 members are present. A quorum of the Senate is present. Are there any petitions, memorials, presentments of grand jury, or such like papers? Reading clerk will read.
Message from the House. Mr. President, members of the Senate, House respectfully informs your honorable body that it has appointed Representatives Bannister, Erickson, and Brewer of the Committee of Conference on part of the House on S 831. This is a bill amending the code to establish a coordinating council for transportation and mobility to define its membership.
Received as information. Senator from Richland, Senator Walker, what purpose do you ask?
Purposes of an introduction, Mr. President.
You're recognized, sir, for an introduction.
I also ask that the members of the Richland County delegation join me.
Senator so informed. And Senator from Richland, Senator Walker, joined by others.
Members of the Senate, today we have the honor of introducing a sterling public servant, Miss Alfreda Walters Tyndall, who served Richland County with distinction and honor for more than 4 decades, retired on February 28th of 2025 as Richland County's Enhanced 911 Address Coordinator Specialist. She started out fielding inquiries and complaints from the public, but would eventually work her way into a position where her role would be critical in shaping the safety, infrastructure, and operational efficiency of Richland County, specifically by ensuring that roads were properly named, addresses accurately assigned, and by ensuring emergency responders were able to reach residents quickly. Ms. Tyndall was also instrumental in the successful implementation of Richland County's Enhanced 911 system in 1987, a milestone achievement that transformed emergency response operations countywide and continues to save lives. Moreover, Ms. Tyndall is a trailblazer in her own right, having become the first African-American female supervisor in the Public Works Department in 1983 and the first African-American female chairperson of Richland County's Grievance Board in 1991. Ms. Tyndall, we want to thank you for your service, and we hope that retirement has been enjoyable for you, as you certainly have earned it. And before I conclude, I would just offer the opportunity for any of my colleagues to say a word or two. The other senator from Richland, Senator Devine.
From Richland, Senator Devine.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. I've actually known Ms. Tyndall almost all my life. Grew up with her daughter, Lanisha, who's sitting there with her, and a senator from Colleton. This is a soror of ours, and she is also in her retirement, continue to dedicate her service to the community. Just saw her the other night at a social action forum. So she is doing the work, and I'm so proud to stand here with her, and I thank you and congratulate you. Hopefully you're enjoying your retirement, but I know that you're also still doing the work in the community.
And Senator, this body passed a resolution in honor of Ms. Tyndall's service, and so I would ask at this time that the reading clerk read the title, please.
Ask the reading clerk to publish the title of the resolution.
This is a concurrent resolution to honor and commend Alfreda Walters Tyndall for more than 4 decades of exemplary public service.
And Mr. President, the Senate would join us in giving a resounding and warm welcome to Ms. Tyndall.
Welcome to the Senate. Congratulations on a great career. Outstanding. Congratulations. Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, brief introduction.
You're recognized, sir, for introduction. Senator from Williamsburg is recognized for introduction.
Thanks, Mr. President and members. We have with us today members of the Gullah Goods Heritage Foundation, and Ms. Pilar Richards is here with us. And just want to share with everybody that some 500 years ago, there were a group of folks and there were efforts to essentially establish various places. So unfortunately, back in those days, the way that they started colonies and those kinds of things was they had to get free labor. And so they decided that they would go on that quest and sent out and got a bunch of folks that looked like me and enslaved them. And as things would happen, folks don't take too kindly to that. And so we're here today celebrating 500 years of that first revolt, which I think the history books record as being the first incident of slavery where there was actually a revolt. And as a result, it was unsuccessful in terms of them in colonizing that particular area. And what's interesting about the story as I read it, and I wasn't that familiar with it, I'll be candid, is that they don't exactly know where it was, but those historians believe that it was either in Georgia or in South Carolina. And so as we celebrate 250 years of the Declarations of Independence, we also celebrate and acknowledge the fortitude of those persons to say, no, we want to be free as well. And so this particular organization is just getting started. And their idea is that they are going to preserve, to educate, and to celebrate. And so I'm delighted to have them in my district in Georgetown. Thank you all so much for being here. I have a resolution that we've had, and if the clerk doesn't mind, I'd ask him to please read the title. Doesn't have it. Thank you.
The reading clerk will publish the title of the resolution.
This is a Senate resolution to recognize the 500th anniversary of the San Miguel de Guadalupe revolt and to honor the legacy of those who first fought for freedom.
The resolution has been unanimously adopted by the Senate. Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, if you all will join me in welcoming Ms. Pilar Richards and other members of her group to the South Carolina Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for visiting with us today.
You all come downstairs, I'll present it, and we'll take a couple of pictures.
The reading clerk will continue to read.
Message from the House. Mr. President, members of the Senate, House respectfully informs your honorable body that it has concurred in the amendments proposed by the Senate to the following bills. S-585, bill by Senator Tedder and others, amending the code and enacting the Safeguard American Families Elsewhere Safe Act. H-5064, a bill amending the code relating to the creation of the Northeastern Technical College Area Commission. H-5073, a bill which adds a section to the code so as to provide requirements for public school grading practices. H-3872, a bill amending the code enacting the Hunting Heritage Protection Act. H-3872, a bill amending the code so as to require the Department of Natural Resources to adopt policies and procedures to ensure that there is no net loss of department-managed land for hunting and fishing. H-3842, a bill amending the code so as to provide physical therapists that they may certify that an individual is handicapped and declare that the handicap is temporary or permanent for purposes of the individual application for handicap placards. H-3453, a bill amending the code relating to free tuition for certain veterans' children. H-34, a bill enacting the Fargo's, HICO's, RICO's, COBA's, WIC's, and MICA's law. It amends the code relating to taunting, tormenting, injuring, or killing police dogs or horses. H-5131, bill relating to permanent license plates and fees for vehicles of state political subdivisions so as to create a permanent license plate for travel governments located in the state. and H5205. This is a bill amending the code so as to require each public college, university, or technical college in the state to implement a safety training program, and has ordered the following bills in roll for ratification.
Received as information. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Leave for myself from May 28th to June 28th.
Objections heard. Is there objection to the unanimous consent from May 28th to June 28th? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, will be granted leave. No further communications. Therefore, we're on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. I'd ask the reading clerk to please read.
Joint resolution by Senator Kimbrell. It's a joint resolution to change the primary date for the 2026 general election to the second Tuesday of August and require additional filing times.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Mr. President, brief introductory comments.
You're recognized for introductory comment. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. I'm sure everybody obviously knows we're about to get into a pretty interesting discussion about congressional districts and potentially redrawing some maps. So the joint resolution I've introduced today will accompany what I want to do a little bit later if we get a sine die resolution, would allow for not decoupling the primaries for state office with congressional offices. I know a number of us have probably spoken to members of Congress over the last 24 hours. I have. And they're deeply concerned about what would happen if you have two different primaries in the event we do redistrict. You would have one statewide primary, then you would have congressional primaries, leading to potentially some significant voter confusion. Even in prior court arguments made on behalf of the General Assembly, the argument has been made whenever we've asked the court not to take certain actions, not to confuse the general electorate by having multiple primary dates that would be potentially drive down turnout, drive down participation. So in conversation with members of the congressional delegation, the resolution I've introduced today would allow us to have a conversation about not decoupling primaries and having one primary move to the second Tuesday of August versus June for statewide and then August for congressional. And then I certainly want to bring that conversation back up in the sine die resolution, assuming that we do move forward with redistricting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator from Spartanburg. The bill will be referred to the Judiciary Committee. Okay. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Introduction of House Bill 4042. This bill adds a section to the code so as to authorize the over-the-counter sale of ivermectin tablets.
Senator from Spartanburg, then I'll come to the other senator, senior senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin. What purpose do you raise?
Move to waive the printing.
It would be referred to committee.
Thank you.
Referred to the Medical Affairs Committee. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Banking and Insurance Committee reports favorable with amendments on H 5538. This bill amends the code enacting the Guarantee Banking Act by adding a chapter to the code so as to provide for fairness and transparency in banking.
This bill is being placed on the calendar.
Medical Affairs Committee has polled favorable H 4760. This bill amends the code so as to create crimes and associated penalties regarding the use of abortion-inducing drugs with exceptions.
Placed on the calendar.
The House has returned to the Senate with Senate amendments amended, H 3022. This bill amends the code relating to the Long-Term Care Council so as to correct references to certain agencies with membership on the council and amending further sections relating to the purpose and duties of the council.
The bill's placed on the calendar. I'm sorry, Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you ask?
I move to waive the printing.
Motion is to waive the printing. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Printing is waived. Reading clerk will continue to read.
York County delegation has reported favorable on a reappointment of a member of the York County Natural Gas Authority representing the town of Fort Mill, Mr. Robert Marcus Howie of Fort Mill.
Question is confirmation of the individual for the York County Natural Gas Authority. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The individual is confirmed for York County Natural Gas Authority. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
Point of personal interest.
You are recognized for a point of personal interest up to 5 minutes. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms.
Members of the Senate, yesterday the Transportation Committee had a subcommittee, a 7-member subcommittee, and we took up House Bill 4679. This bill deals with the regulation of drones, the aerial drones that you see flying. The Department of Defense have asked this be moved forward along with SLED. The bill is comprehensive in where you may and may not fly a drone and who may or may not fly one. The subcommittee voted to give the bill a favorable report, but because of some of the issues involved with the bill that need further vetting, I'm going to ask unanimous consent here in just a minute to pull the bill out of committee and place it on the calendar. But understand, we're going to have an amendment, and the amendment will just reduce the areas where you will have a no-fly zone. That would be over military installations and prisons, and that's it. The bill needs some more work about private property and other places, and we will get to that next session, but we're running out of time. Because the subcommittee has voted it out favorably and the Transportation Committee is not meeting again, I want to ask this body right now for unanimous consent to place H 4679 on the calendar.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request for H 4679 to be placed on the calendar? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And Mr. President,
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms.
I'd move that we waive the printing rule.
And motion is to waive the printing. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Printing is waived. I'm informed that the desk is clear.
Mr. President.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, what purpose do you raise?
Purposes of brief introduction.
You're recognized, sir, for introduction. Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, joined by the Senator from Greenville, Senator Allen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today in the balcony we have with us a group from Gateway House in Greenville. And it's a concept of where folks who are facing mental health challenges have a sense of belonging, a sense of purpose, a sense of family and connection. And what it serves to do, in my observation of the program, is to reduce mental health care costs, reduce hospitalizations, reduce incarcerations, and it's really working. And this has been in Greenville for over 40 years, And now the clubhouse model for mental health services is expanding to Anderson, Oconee, Pickens, Columbia, and soon to be Charleston. So I hope that our DHHS and our mental health folks will see the benefit of this and see that it really is working to benefit the lives of South Carolinians. So thank you all for being here, and joined by my colleagues from Greenville who also know and see that this works in Greenville.
Please, Senator from Greenville, Senator Allen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to ask that they stand so that we will see them, those that some face challenges, that are getting second chances, that are sharing their skills and their mindset with others, and talking to the parents. They have bonded and found a new sense of purpose. And to the chaplain, I'll tell the chaplain sitting in the back that listening to him this morning, they talked about it gives them hope. And so they are, in the words of Jesse Jackson, keeping hope alive. We certainly want to welcome you and any of my other colleagues, welcome you to the South Carolina Senate. Thank you for coming and expressing your purpose, and we'll wave back.
Welcome to the Senate. We're honored to have you visiting with us today. Enjoy your time here with us. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee has reported favorable with amendments on S. 896, bill by Senator Lieber and others, enacting the Chatbot Protection Act. It amends the code so as to provide restrictions on certain chatbot activities and provide for civil remedies.
Bill will be placed on the calendar. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I move to vary the order of the day and proceed to bills returned from the House.
Motion is to order the order of the day. All those in favor would say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So ordered. We will go. Senator from Chester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Before we get too deep into business.
You're recognized for introduction. You good? Senator from Chester.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen in the body, I'd like to come up here and introduce our Hospital of the Week. And so where's our folks from Rebound? There they are. Rebound Behavioral Health Hospital is our Hospital of the Week. And to give you a little information about them, RBH, as we'll call them, is a 63-bed acute mental and behavioral health hospital dedicated to providing comprehensive, compassionate care for individuals experiencing mental health and substance use crisis across South Carolina. Everybody knows the state of the mental health status of our citizens, and while this is not a big MUSC or PRISMA, it is a very valuable hospital in our region. And I did this, I didn't tell y'all I was gonna do this, but I went to Google and I found a review, and I just wanted to kind of, so that y'all can hear and that the Senate body can hear the type of work that people believe you provide. And so this is a review from Google. It says, our family is very pleased with the staff, facility, and resources available to the individuals and their families. We have been so pleased with the Southern hospitality and kind staff. Everyone from the receptionists to the caregivers and the psychiatrists have been exceptional with my young adult son. Job well done, Rebound. Thank you for helping my family. And so in a time where we're all fighting mental health issues and social media and all the other things, just want to say thank y'all and introduce you here to the Senate. And Mr. President, I ask that we welcome the Hospital of the Week, Rebound Behavioral Health.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you with us today, and thank you for your service back in your community. Great to see you. Members of the Senate, we now go to bills returned from the House, page 3. First up is S718 by the senator from Greenwood, senator from Edgefield. What purpose do you ask, sir?
Carry over that bill.
Carry over the bill.
Carry over, yes, sir.
Motion is to carry over the bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Carried over. Further on page 3, S52 by the senator from Beaufort and Senator Davis, senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, and others. We have an amendment on the desk. Reading clerk will publish.
Amendments by Senator Hembry amends a bill. It strikes all after the enacting words and inserts.
Senator
President.
Horry, what purpose do you ask, sir?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this amendment includes the Senate language for S52, that's the DUI law. So it's a strike and insert and is word for word the Senate language with this change. It also includes and clarifies that THC is a substance that is, if you are under the influence of, it includes THC in the definition of substances that could lead to intoxication, that leads to, could lead potentially to a DUI. That's the only, and it's I would say a clarification of current law based on some of our other efforts this session about THC.
Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Senator, will yield for a question?
Senator, yield for a question. Senator, yields for a question.
Senator, this is the amendment you showed me yesterday afternoon?
It is.
And so as I understand it, it's the Senate version of S52 clarifying that THC is one of the substances that could cause a person to be under the influence. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
And that's the only change to 52 as it passed the Senate.
That's correct.
And so if we adopt this amendment, the bill will go back to the House where they'll have the opportunity to concur or non-concur?
And if non-concurrence, give us some time to try to work it out in conference.
In conference, right. Thank you.
Pending, Senator from York, Senator Johnson, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yield.
Senator yields for question.
Senator, in this language, does it include the limits that we placed on the THC bill, the 0.5 nanograms? Does it have that specific language? And I just want to make sure.
It does not. And I'm very aware that there were those that were interested in having that in there. The tools that are available to measure that amount are not, I'm trying to say this artfully, as scientific as we would like or readily available to law enforcement for use. This will provide a process that is more easily enforceable than that model. Now, that model is more of a zero tolerance, more of a DUAC type of. That is similar to driving under unlawful alcohol concentration. It's a totally different concept than the DUI. I mean, DUI is it's materially and appreciably impaired. DUAC it doesn't matter if you're impaired, it just matters what the concentration is in your bloodstream. So it really calls for a different kind of a law, not a DUI law. Yeah.
Question is adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would please say aye. Roll call is required on that. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose you ask?
Can we do it by unanimous consent?
We can try.
Unanimous consent to adopt the amendment sent back to the
Is
House.
there objection to the unanimous consent request to adopt the amendment? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The amendment is adopted. S52. No further amendments. That bill will be returned to the House. Thank you. We have a further bill under the category of bills returned from the House, H3022. The reading clerk will please read.
A bill amending the code relating to the Long-Term Care Council so as to correct references to certain agencies with membership on the council and amending further sections relating to the purpose and duties on the council.
Explanation. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over that bill. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So ordered. The bill is carried over. We'll stand at ease momentarily. Are there any requests for local bills? Any request for local bills? Wait just a minute. Senator from Collington, what purpose do you rise?
A request that we go to page 2 and here, H5060.
Question is, third reading under the local bill uncontested, third reading H5060. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill is granted a third reading of the Senate. Senator from Anderson, Senator Gambrell, what purpose do you rise?
Comes consent request.
State your request.
I'd like to go back to page 2, Local Bill 1162, for the purpose of giving it third reading.
Question is, third reading of S 1162. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is granted a third reading of the Senate under local bills. Further local bills. Hearing none, we are now on statewide third reading uncontested calendar. Please go with me to page 6 on the calendar, page 6. First up toward the bottom, at the bottom of the page, H5179. Reading clerk will please read.
This bill adds a section to the code so as to create the school mapping data program within the State Law Enforcement Division for the purposes of facilitating efficient emergency responses in public institutions of higher learning.
Third reading is the question before us on H5179. A roll call on this bill is required. I'd ask the clerk to ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate. Third reading of H5179, page 6, bottom of the page.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Votes aye. Mr. Blackman. Aye. Mr. Bright. Mr. Bright not voting. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Chaplin. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Votes aye. Mrs. Devine. Not voting. Mr. Elliott. Votes aye. Mr. Fernandez. Not voting. Mr. Gambrell. Mr. Gambrell not voting. Mr. Garrett. Not voting. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Not voting. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Not voting. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Not voting. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Lieber. Aye. Mr. Martin. Votes aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. Ott. Not voting. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting. Mr. Rickabaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs? Mr. Stubbs not voting. Mr. Sutton? Mr. Stubbs votes aye. Mr. Sutton? Not voting. Mr. Tedder? Mr. Tedder votes aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Walker? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? Aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Bright votes aye. Senator Jackson votes aye. Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise? Senator from Greenville.
Unanimous consent, request leave for the senator from Greenwood, Senator Garrett. He's voted? Okay.
See, you asked unanimous consent for him to vote from the balcony?
Yes, from the balcony.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, that the senator from Greenwood, Senator Garrett, be allowed to vote from the balcony? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator Garrett votes aye. Senator Kennedy votes aye. Senator Fernandez votes aye. Further members wishing to cast your vote, third reading, H 5179, final call. The polls are closed, and the clerk will please tabulate. By a vote of 40 to 0, H 5179 receives a third reading of the Senate. Continue on third reading, uncontested, page 8, top of the page, H 4270. Reading clerk will please read.
This is a bill amending the code so as to provide for the removal of certain public records.
Question is, third reading of H 4270. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Third reading. Further on page 8, S 355 by the senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett, and others. The reading clerk will please read.
This is a bill which amends a code relating to tastings and retail sales on licensed premises so as to modify the time during which a tasting and retail sales can occur, amending further sections so as to modify the amount of liquor that can be sold to a consumer during one business day.
Question is, third reading of S 355. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's given a third reading. Further on page 8, S 1001 by the senator from Maury, Senator Hembry, Senator from Maury, Senator Rankin, and others. The reading clerk will please read.
Bill adds a section to the code so as to authorize the Department of Revenue to issue a retail alcoholic beverage caterer license and provide for licensing requirements.
Pending question is third reading of S 1001. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given to third reading. Page 10, middle of the page, H 3163. Reading clerk will please read.
This is a bill which amends a code relating to occupational diseases compensable under the Workers' Compensation and conditions presumed to have arisen out of and in the course of employment for firefighters, so as to include stroke and revised presumption entitlement criteria to include conditions developed while actively on duty instead of actively engaged in firefighting.
Question is, third reading of H 3163. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Bottom of page 10, H 3387. Reading clerk, please. We have an amendment on third reading. Reading clerk will Publish.
The amendment is by Senator Massey. It amends a bill. It deletes section 1A, 2B, 2, and 3 from the bill, and amends the bill further adds new sections.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, to give a brief explanation of the amendment to seek a 3/5 vote.
You're recognized on the explanation. Senator from Edgefield.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is dealing with a few things, but one of them is the ways to deal with evictions for squatters. The House added some language on this that, in my review, it looks like it's a kind of a convoluted process. We've dealt with this a couple times over the last few years here, and we've passed legislation to provide for a process where a homeowner could notify the sheriff. The sheriff could then, upon verification that the homeowner owns the property, could then evict the squatter. And then if it's wrong, it provides for a private right of action against the alleged homeowner in that regard. So what I'm trying to do is just to replace the House version of this with the Senate version that we voted on a couple times. So, Mr. President, I would ask permission to take up the amendment.
Is there objection to the amendment being considered? Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose?
Yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator yields for question.
When you're talking about removal and then the private right of action.
Well, so this would allow if you've got some property and there's a squatter there, right? Like right now, the process, you got to go through the whole eviction process, which is going to take a while. This squatter is going to be able to occupy your property for a period of time. There's some other states that have taken action to try to do this on a quicker basis. This process would allow for you to go to the sheriff, present documentation proving your ownership of the property, and then the sheriff could remove the squatter from the property. However, if you provide the sheriff with incorrect documentation and you don't really own it, right? If you don't really own it,
that's
then,
what triggers
then it's gonna, that's going to open up the possibility for a private right of action against you for that deceptive act.
That's what I wanted to clear, if it was false or misinformation.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise?
Will the senator from Edgefield yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you may have mentioned this, but is this the same language that the Senate has already adopted and passed this year?
I think we've passed it twice.
But we passed it twice this year already?
No, not twice this year. I think we passed it in the previous session, and then we passed this earlier this year as well.
So this is the same language that this body has already adopted and passed unanimously?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is there objection to us taking the amendment up? Hearing no objection, then the amendment is before us. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you
See if
rise?
the senator from Edgefield would yield for questions on the amendment.
I will.
Senator yields for questions on the amendment.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I want to clarify, and I think it is from what we talked about before, but if someone owns property, they don't live on that property. Let's say they own 20 acres, 40 acres, 100 acres, and they go down there to check on it, and there's 4 people living in a tent. Does that apply to them too? They can have the sheriff run them off?
Right. Those are squatters.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Unless there's some type of a lease agreement, whether it's written or oral, then those people are squatting on the property. This would allow for their eviction. Move adoption, Mr. President.
Pending questions, adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We have no further amendments. Roll call will be required. Third reading, H 3387. Clerk, Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you raise?
I would move that we use a previous unanimous roll call.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to use the most recent unanimous roll call and add with the caveat of adding any senators that were not included on that roll call? Is that part of your unanimous consent request? So is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the senator from Newberry to use the last unanimous roll call, adding any senators that were not present for that roll call? Hearing no objection. So ordered. That bill is given a third reading as amended, H 3387. We go to page 11, H 3731. The reading clerk, please read.
The bill amending the code. It repeals an act of 2001 so as to remove a sunset provision concerning the authority of special purpose districts to own, dispose, acquire, purchase, hold, use, lease, convey, sell, transfer, or otherwise dispose of property.
Question is, third reading of H 3731. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill's given a third reading. Further on page 11, H 3874. The reading clerk will please read.
Bill amending the code relating to fees of attorneys and physicians and hospital charges approved by the commission so as to allow the commission to establish medical fee schedules and related systems.
Question is, third reading of H 3874. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's given a third reading. Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Recognized for an introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Aiken, please give him your attention for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, standing in the balcony, we have with us some very special guests. They are representatives from the South Carolina Association of Council on Aging Directors. And this association represents the nonprofit local service providers that provide important and critical services to our South Carolina senior citizens. These services include the Meals on Wheels program that many of us know how important it is in our districts to serve seniors in need of a meal on a daily basis. And just a couple of statistics about South Carolina's senior citizens. According to the most recent statistics from the Census Bureau, our South Carolina seniors are estimated to be 1.1 million people in our state who are age 65 or older, and by 2030, there will be nearly 1.3 million South Carolinians who are 65 years of age or older. As Lieutenant Governor McConnell told us many years ago, we are in the middle of the gray tsunami, and we are seeing it grow and seeing the impact on our state services and local services on a daily basis. And with the influx of new citizens moving to South Carolina with the enormous population growth, it's putting an even higher burden on our state's resources. Also, I want to share with you that the members of the association that are represented by the folks in the balcony served over 2 million meals in our state to over 21,000 seniors in South Carolina in the past year. These community leaders from the Association of Council on Aging Directors and their teams work hard to serve our seniors across the state. Their efforts improve health, reduce isolation, and enhance the quality of life for thousands of our seniors. At this time, I would like for you to join me and the other senators who are standing here before you at the podium in welcoming each one of them to the South Carolina Senate and thanking them for them and their teams that they have in their respective communities for all that they do to serve our senior citizens in South Carolina. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for your service to our senior citizen population across our great state. Thank you, Senator from Aiken. We continue in the calendar. Third reading, statewide, uncontested, page 12, top of the page, H 4188. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill amends the code relating to disposition of remains of unidentified dead bodies by coroners so as to include unclaimed remains in the purview of the statute.
Question is third reading of H 4188. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's given a third reading. Further on page 12 is H 4292. I'd ask the reading clerk to please publish.
This bill enacts the Roadway Protection and Safety Act by amending the code to provide that it's unlawful to participate in, organize, or be a spectator, aider, or abettor of a street takeover and provide penalties.
Question is third reading of H 4292. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The bill's given a third reading. Page 13, top of the page, H 4805. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill amends the code relating to the division of the state into 16 judicial circuits, the number of judges to be elected from each circuit, and the election of at-large judges without regard to county or circuit of residence, so as to convert 3 at-large circuit court seats to resident seats in the 1st, 3rd, and 8th circuits, and to convert family court judges from each circuit to convert 4 at-large family court seats to seats in the 5th, 10th, and 12th circuits.
Pending question is third reading of H 4805. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading. Page 13, H 4813. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill amends 2 sections of the code, both relating to fees and costs to be collected by magistrates, both so as to increase various fees and costs, amending further sections relating to assessment on filings in magistrates' court.
Question is third reading of H 4813. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're now on page 14, still in third reading, uncontested, statewide, H 5097. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill amends the code so as to provide that certain roadside markets operated by farmers are not considered commercial operations for local zoning purposes and are exempt from certain local and state regulatory requirements, and define the necessary terms, among other things.
Question is third reading of H 5097. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. H 5097 is given a third reading. Further on page 14, H 5111. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill amends the code by adding a section so as to authorize property owners to drill, operate, and maintain private water wells on agricultural or residential property, prohibit counties and municipalities from mandating connection to municipal water systems absent a documented public health threat, and establish prima facie evidence of compliance.
Question is third reading of H 5111. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're now on page 15, top of the page, H 5473. I'd ask the reading clerk to please read.
This bill amends the code by adding an article so as to prohibit fishing on the J. Foster Jeffords Causeway in Florence County.
Question before the body is third reading of the bill, H 5473. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading. Further on page 15 is S 1151 by the senator from Greenwood, Senator Garrett. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill adds a section to the code so as to establish the Lake Conisty Dam Authority.
Question is third reading of S 1151. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is given a third reading. H 4799. Reading clerk will please read.
This bill amends the code relating to certificate of need exemptions so as to provide that veterans' homes owned or operated by the Department of Veterans Affairs do not require a certificate of need.
Question is third reading of H 4799. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading.
Thank you.
We go to page 22. We're now in second reading, uncontested, statewide calendar, page 22, bottom of the page, H 3569. We have an amendment on the desk. Ask the reading clerk to publish that amendment. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you raise?
Point of inquiry, is that amendment from Senator Young?
Yes, sir. Senator from Aiken, Senator Young.
Senator Aiken, he had indicated to me earlier that he wasn't sure it was ready, and he indicated to me he was going to carry the bill over. Carry the bill over.
Motion is by the senator from Greenville to carry over Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you raise?
Will you temporarily withhold that motion? For the day or just to the end? Okay.
Motion before the body is a motion to carry over.
Mr. President.
Senator from, hold on a second. Senator, the pending question, you withdrawing your motion?
Mr. President, evidently the amendment is ready. I withdraw that motion.
State your inquiry.
Is there an amendment on the desk with my name on it?
Yes, sir, there is.
I would ask unanimous consent that we go to the amendment.
I guess the question, is there objection to withdrawing the motion to carry over the bill? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. So we go to the bill now, H 3569. We have an amendment on the desk. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the amendment.
Amendment is by Senator Young. Amends the bill in Section 1. It strikes Section 2740, 350, subsection A, Item 1, and inserts the following.
Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, last week when we were on this bill, there were questions that came up about notice to the landlord. And so this amendment is intended to address the required notice to the landlord that would have to be provided with a certain number of days' notice. It's very similar to what North Carolina law already requires in the exact, very similar scenario involving a tenant who has been the victim of a domestic violence incident. And what this does is it would require the tenant to provide notice to the landlord, and the landlord would have at least 30 days notice of the tenant's intention of vacating the premises. And again, that's exactly what North Carolina requires. The current version of the bill does not specify that required notice. Happy to take questions, otherwise move for adoption.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Senator, yield for a question.
Yes.
Senator, that's the whole and encompassing part of your amendment, and it would not interfere with any other amendments adopted, correct?
That's my understanding. It would just clarify that the protected tenant has to provide written notice of the intent to vacate the premises at least 30 days before doing so, and that notice must be provided to the landlord.
Sounds fair enough. Did you know, Senator?
Question is adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We have no further amendments. Therefore, the question before the body is second reading of H. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright. What purpose do you
move to carry over?
There's a motion by the senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, to carry over H 3569. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is carried over. We now go to page 23, H4305. The reading clerk will please read. We have an amendment on the desk. The reading clerk will publish the amendment.
Amendment number 1 is by Senator Davis, amends the bill, Section 1 and Section 38-10530 adds a subsection to read.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Bill?
You recognize. On the amendment and the bill. Thank you. Senator from Beaufort.
I'm going to refresh your recollection. I explained this particular bill yesterday. It was filed in the House by my delegation colleague, Bill Hurt-Curzon, chairman of LCI. It is meant to address a particular product that is legally offered and is offered in South Carolina, but to address abuses and to make sure there's an indemnity. Let me explain what this bill does. It deals with wellness reimbursement programs. And so those are fixed indemnity payments that are paid for by the employee with pre-tax dollars, and that are then issued by the employer to the employee when health events occur, whether there's a hospital visit, emergency room visit, whatever. What's happening among some actors is some administrators of these programs are coming in and they're getting together with employers and they're coming up with this program, but it's in reality a way to increase compensation to an employee on a tax-free basis so that the administrator and the employer can split the FICA requirement that would otherwise have to be paid on those wages to the employee. So what this bill requires is that an administrator of this wellness reimbursement plan, and the reason it's come to the fore is the IRS has gotten on to this program being abused and has issued a memorandum of warning that is being abused by some actors out there. And if in fact it is being abused, if in fact the stipend is being paid as compensation but not really to cover a health-related expense, and should have been taxed as employee tax and subject to FICA withholding, it would require the administrator of those programs that have these fraudulent programs to issue an indemnity holding the employer and the employee harmless from any attempt by the IRS to collect taxes on the wages and to collect from the employer the FICA that they should have withheld. So the purpose of this
Senator from Beaufort.
Unanimous consent to go to Amendment 2 rather than Amendment 1. Amendment 2 has some language that the Department of Insurance has requested to be added, and I was going to get to explaining that. I thought that was what was before us.
Is any objection to unanimous consent request to go to amendment number 2?
Okay.
Hearing no objection.
All right, so the first part of Amendment number 2 is to make clear that in the definition of the health wellness reimbursement program, that it does not cover health savings accounts and does not cover flexible spending accounts. It's not meant to touch them. And those are reimbursements where you've got a third-party administrator holding the funds. So this amendment excludes from the definition of the wellness reimbursement program administer entities like HSAs and FSAs that hold the monies as a third-party administrator. In other words, we're excluding them from this bill. We're making clear that it applies simply to these wellness reimbursement programs. The second part of the amendment is a disclosure that before an employer enrolls in a wellness reimbursement program, that there needs to be disclosures to the employee that this has come under scrutiny by the IRS, that there have to be legitimate health care expenses incurred in order for that stipend to be not taxed. And so it's a full disclosure that it's a product that's been abused out there. So the intent is to alert employers and employees to any administrators that are trying to game the system. So it is an attempt to weed out bad actors, to make sure that an administrator has the financial ability to indemnify an employer and an employee in the event the IRS goes back and disqualifies those stipends as being compensation that should have been taxed, and there should have been a FICA withholding. So that's what the amendment does, Mr. President.
Question
Move
is,
adoption of the amendment.
the pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President, I'm happy to answer questions on the bill as amended, but between yesterday and today, I think I've explained the underlying bill.
We have amendment number 1 that we need to dispose of.
Oh, Mr. President, unanimous consent request?
State your request.
To withdraw amendment number 1.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to withdraw amendment number 1? Hearing no objection. We have no further amendments. Therefore, the question, Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you ask?
Would you for a quick question?
Senator for questions. Senator Yields.
I'd never heard of this as a real problem because first looking at it, it looks like a good thing. But are there other states that have enacted this, these provisions? And if
It doesn't
not,
require, it's authorized currently by the cafeteria plan, by Section 125 of the Internal Revenue Code. So it's already legal. You can already do these fixed payments. But the problem is they're being abused. They're being gamed as being not true reimbursement for health events, but as a way for the employer and the administrator to split the costs of the 15.3% FICA withholding.
Yeah.
And so it is being addressed in other states in terms of curbing the abuse. The IRS has issued a warning that this is being abused in the marketplace. This is an attempt to protect South Carolinians so that only legitimate wellness providers are doing business and have the ability financially to indemnify and hold the employer and the employee harmless in the event there's a subsequent action taken by the IRS to have the taxes paid on that distribution by the employee and to have the FICA withheld by the employer.
okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Question is, second reading of H 4305. Roll call is required. Clerk will please ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate. Second reading of H 4305.
Mr. Adams. Votes aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Blackman. Not voting Mr. Bright. Mr. Bright not voting Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Chaplin. Not voting Mr. Clymer. Mr. Clymer not voting Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Elliott. Aye. Mr. Fernandez. Not voting Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Mr. Garrett not voting Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy not voting Mr. Kimbrell. Mr. Kimbrell not voting Mr. Lieber. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. Ott. Mr. Ott votes aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin not voting Mr. Rickenbaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Stubbs. Aye. Mr. Sutton. Votes aye. Mr. Tedder. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Walker. Votes aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Zell. Votes aye.
Have all members cast your vote? Senator Fernandez votes aye. Senator Garrett votes aye. Senator Clymer votes aye. Senator Kennedy votes aye. Senator Blackman votes aye. Further members wishing to cast your vote? Senator from Bright votes aye. Further members wishing to record your vote? Final call. Polls are closed, and the clerk will please tabulate. By a vote of 43-0, H 4305 receives a second reading of the Senate. That takes us over to page 27 in our calendar. S 983 by the senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, and others. The senator from Greenville, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I move to recommit the bill to judiciary.
Motion is to recommit S 983 to the Judiciary Committee. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is recommitted. We go to page 29. Toward the middle of the page, H 4000.
Amendment on the desk, Mr. President.
Have an amendment on the desk. The reading clerk will please read.
The amendment by Senator Johnson has been previously proposed and amends a bill, strikes all after enacting words and inserts.
Senator from York, Senator Johnson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over the bill.
Motion is to carry over H 4000. All in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. Go to page 30, top of the page, H 4544.
Amendments on the desk,
We have an amendment on the desk.
Amendment number 1 by Senator Massey has been previously proposed, amends the bill, deletes section 3 from the bill.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
The bill. Motion is to carry over the bill. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. Further on page 30, H 4670. Reading clerk will please read.
This bill adds a section to the code so as to establish requirements for demands for personal injury, bodily injury, property damage, or wrongful death.
Senator from York, Senator Johnson, what purpose do you rise?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the bill. H 4670. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. We go to page 32 on the calendar, H 5069. The reading clerk will please
Mr. President.
We have an amendment on the desk.
The amendment is by Senator Campson, amends the bill, Section 2, delete Section 4861-130 from the bill.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would, first of all, recognize the importance of the conservation of natural resources in the state of South Carolina.
Senator from Colleton.
You'd like me to go to the podium?
Please.
Been requested to go to the podium. Senator from Charleston.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill provides that it recognizes the importance of using conservation easements for the preservation of natural resources. It's important to protect our natural resources in the state of South Carolina. And it's aspirational, it's not prescriptive, but recognizes that we currently have about 3,400,000 acres protected in South Carolina, and a long-range goal would be taking that to 7. It's not prescriptive to 7 million, but it is aspirational. And also, it would provide for keeping track of the amount of property that is protected in South Carolina into the future. That's in the original bill. In the original bill also was provisions on how the Conservation Bank interfaces with other state agencies and cooperating and collaborating to protect our natural resources, and they're doing a great job doing that. But I have stricken that from this bill because it's really important to have flexibility and be able to turn on a dime into the future and not put this in the code of laws. This language actually is in the budget proviso every year, and that's really where it should stay, because then we can tweak it more carefully and more readily than having to pass a bill. And that's my amendment, Mr. President. I'll take any questions.
Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I'm trying to follow. The amendment seems to say that it strikes Section 2 of the bill. Is that correct?
It strikes Section 4861, 130.
130,
Yes.
okay. That,
And that is the language that's in the budget proviso for the Conservation Bank and has been for some amount of time. It's something that Senator Setzler put in the budget, and it stayed there. I think it should stay there so that we can have more flexibility if we have to make any changes.
okay, so the question then I have is in section 4861-100, which is the definitions section. Once you take out 130, do you really need those definitions? I think it's probably superfluous, but I don't think those definitions are found they're in the part that you're striking out, but they're not in the rest of the bill. I don't know if it hurts to keep the definitions in there, but I don't think you need those anymore.
That's a good point. I would ask unanimous consent to remove Section 4861-100, which is the definitional portion.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, to remove that section? Hearing no objection, so ordered. That has been stricken. Question is adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We have no further amendments. Therefore, the question is second reading of H5069 on the middle of the page 32. Second reading of H5069. Pursuant to Rule 16, that bill has received a second reading of the Senate. We continue in the calendar to page 35, middle of the page, H3049. Reading clerk, will please read.
This bill enacts the Uniform Civil Remedies for Unauthorized Disclosure of Intimate Images Act, defines necessary terms, creates a civil action for an individual who suffers harm from a person's intentional or threatened disclosure of private intimate images without consent, provide exceptions to liability.
Explanation's been requested. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Adams, what purpose do you rise?
Explain the bill.
You're recognized on the bill. Senator from Berkeley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is the one we were talking about yesterday, which allows civil action against the suspects or those who shared images that were not authorized or they weren't given permission to share those images. And this gives those the ability to sue those that are connected with that.
Pending question is second reading of H3049. Second reading of H3049. Pursuant to Rule 16, this bill will receive a second reading of the Senate. We're now at bottom of page 35, H3335. We have the committee amendment. Reading clerk, please publish the committee amendment.
The Judiciary Committee proposes the following amendment, amends the bill, adds appropriate numbered section to read.
Senator from York, Senator Johnson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over the bill.
Motion is to carry over H3335. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The bill's carried over. We now go to the top of page 36, H3474. We have an amendment on the desk. I'd ask the reading clerk to please publish the amendment.
The amendment is by Senator Bennett, amends the bill, it strikes all after the enacting words and inserts.
Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise?
A unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Unanimous consent to withdraw that amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the senator from Dorchester to withdraw his amendment on the bill? Hearing no objection, so ordered.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Inquiry?
State your inquiry.
Are we on House Bill 3474?
Yes, sir. Page 36, top of the page.
We get an explanation?
Explanation has been requested. Stand at ease momentarily. Senator, but we'll continue to be in session. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you have?
I don't think the committee chairman is in the chamber. I move to carry over the bill.
Motion is to carry over H3474, top of page 36. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. We'll go further on page 36, H3558. We have an amendment on the desk. Ask the reading clerk to publish the amendment.
Amendment is by Senators Rice and Kimbrough, amends the bill, Section 1, strikes Section 11510, and inserts the following.
Senator from Pickens, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment, sir. Senator from Pickens.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators,
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you ask?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be able to vote from the balcony. I have a transportation-related meeting up there.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, to be able to vote from the balcony? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Pickens continues to be recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. 3558 is a bill dealing with the delegate selection process and what the delegates would be required to do if we have an Article 5 convention, and the potential that we've all, over the last few years, we've had 3 Article 5 resolutions, term limits, COS, and the balanced budget amendment. In looking at the bill itself, there was a couple of things that I saw that needed to be corrected. One of them was the way that it was drafted. It looked like to me it was striking the work that we've already done. I want to make sure that was not a problem. And then also there was no penalty for a delegate that violated the provisions of the Article 5 convention or the reason for it. So we put those penalties in there in addition to a penalty for somebody trying to bribe somebody in there. That's what the amendment does. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise, sir?
The senator yield for a question.
Sure.
Senator, yield for a question. Senator,
Does
yield
this resolution state where the convention needs to take place?
It does not. I've actually got another amendment, I mean, not another amendment, another resolution that I would like to send to Washington. I don't know that we'll get it this year, but I do have one that's stating that we would love to hold it in South Carolina and in the city of Charleston, if that's not impeding on the area that you'd like to see it.
Well, Senator, while I have a lot of concerns about the Article 5, I appreciate you mandating that it be held in Charleston, and I have joined as a co-sponsor on your other resolution that showed that
I think that'd be a great place to hold the Article 5 convention.
Charleston, we know how to get a little wild down there and change the course of history.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To see if the senator.
Sure.
Senator yields for questions.
Thank you. Senator, you may recall that a few years ago, we were debating a resolution that was actually calling for this convention. And at that time, I raised a question of how the delegates would be chosen. And I asked, for example, if then Senator from Richland, Dick Harpootlian, would be eligible to serve as a delegate. And the answer was nobody knew. But now, with all the amendments and all the stuff that we're doing, my question still remains the same. Is the former senator from Richland, Dick Harpootlian, eligible to serve as a delegate?
I can't answer that question, and the reason I can't answer that question is we do have now a list of reasons you can serve and can't serve. I would have to look at his qualifications to determine whether he could do that or not. But there's a list in this.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator, yield for a question or two?
Sure.
Senator yields for questions. Senator yields for questions.
Senator, so how many delegates would South Carolina get?
We would have, based on the bill that we got before us, we would have 7 delegates. Those 7 delegates would represent South Carolina. There would actually be a committee that's put together by the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate to help oversee them and answer questions for them. But there would be 7 on site, and there would be an alternate with them also. But that would be the way it would be set up. It'd be an odd number.
Okay. And so the criteria for being a delegate, could a legislator be a delegate?
A legislator could be a delegate, that's correct. Now, a federal employee could not be. If you look, there's a shopping list in there of things that a federal employee, with the exclusion of a military, of somebody that served in the military.
Senator, now this state, just by the way it is, okay, this is just the way it is, Senator. There are more Republicans in this chamber than there are Democrats. Would the delegates to the convention be reflective of those numbers or not?
It would be up to the body of the House and the Senate to pick those 7. I would hope we would do that, yes.
So the President and the Speaker of the House would nominate, and then it would have to come before these chambers?
It would be, we would put them together. The bodies would pick, and I'm not sure how they would be nominated. There's actually 2 levels. There's the delegates, But then there's also an oversight committee, I'm going to call it that. The oversight committee would be put together by the president, the speaker, and the House, and the Senate. So.
Senator, did you know that I have always had a bit of trepidation about these conventions, okay? The reasoning that we put forth for needing them, I'm fully aware of. The federal government is spending my grandchildren's money that I don't even have any yet, and they're not even born, and they're spending their money, and it's out of control. It's always been out of control, and it's both sides of the aisle up there, with the printing press, and, the chickens will come home to roost one day, in one or two ways. Everybody knows the national debt will never be paid off. The government just wants to inflate it away, as they have over the last 60 years. Did you know, Senator, when Ronald Reagan stepped in office, the federal debt was, I think, just a little less than $1 trillion, like $989 billion. If that was our federal debt today, we could write a check and pay it off. But they're very good at, can I get some order? They're very good, Mr.
Senate will be in order.
The federal government's very good at making our money worth less in doing so by inflating away the national debt, which makes our purchasing power dwindle every year, which is very hard on older people and retired people and people on fixed incomes. They don't seem to care about that. So I understand the premise of it, of what we're trying to do. And also for term limits. Everybody talks about a convention for term limits. But as you know, and you and I, Senator, are great friends. And I gladly say that standing on the floor. We're great friends. We just don't necessarily agree on everything, because I've had some trepidation about these type bills. And this was one of the things that I had talked to former U.S. Senator who was working with us, Jim DeMint, when he called, because I think he was working on the Convention of States projects. And his idea of how these delegates would be selected were a whole lot different, as I recall, from the way we're looking at this, or the ideologies anyway. So having said all that, I'm probably going to, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this, but I respect what you're trying to do. But what we really need is Washington just to wake up. And I know the plan. The plan is to get close and then they'll wake up.
Right.
But hopefully the plan will work, Senator, because I hate to open that Constitution up.
Move for adoption.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have no further amendments. Question before us. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose you ask?
Move to carry over so we can look at it now with the amendment on it.
Motion is to carry over the bill, H 3558. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's carried over. We go to page 37, toward the top of the page, H 4589. The reading clerk will read.
This bill amends the code relating to counties in which the educational capital improvement sales and use tax may be imposed so as to provide additional authorizations.
Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you ask?
Over.
Motion is to carry over H 4589. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is carried over. We go to page 38 on the calendar. Toward the top of the page, H 4804. The reading clerk will please read.
An amendment on the desk, Mr. President.
Have an amendment on the desk. The reading clerk will publish.
Amendments by Senator Hutto amends the bill in Section 2. It strikes Section 1615, 405, subsection D, item 1, and inserts.
Senator from Orangeburg.
4804.
What purpose do you ask, sir? You're recognized on your amendment, sir. Senator from Orangeburg.
Members, this bill is talking about people that have pictures of more youth or engaged in sexual exploitation, and it increases the penalties, which my amendment does not change, but the last sentence of the penalty section states that no part of the minimum sentence may be suspended until the minimum sentence is served. That's the part that, while I don't condone this activity at all, sometimes young people do stupid things with their phones. And getting caught with some pictures on your phone, I think that ought to be subject to the judge's review as to whether or not they would be entitled to a suspended or probationary sentence. I don't mind upping the penalty so that the judge has greater discretion to sentence them longer, but my amendment just moves the part that says that they can't suspend it if the circumstances are such that the judge thinks this person's first offense, they're young, they're foolish, they shouldn't have done it. We're going to punish them, but I'm going to hold probation over their head or that kind of thing. So that's all it does, is move the mandatory minimum service of 2 years.
Senator from Lancaster, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator will yield for questions.
Senator, yield for questions. Senator yields.
Senator, thank you for yielding. I don't know if you realize or do you know that in February we passed a companion bill, Senate Bill 723. It was exactly the same as this bill that the House has sent over to us. We're moving forward on this bill, did you know, because they're not moving on that bill, so therefore the Judiciary Chairman was nice enough to help us move this forward and get it out to the floor. So I was kind of surprised, being that it was a unanimous vote to pass it back in February, that you asked to carry it over. And I appreciate your thought on that. But, I mean, do you not agree that, or at least in my mind, do you know that I can't think of anything more egregious, more, I don't know, just threatening to our society than to have child pornography created? Now, that's the first offense.
Well, my amendment doesn't affect the first offense.
I know, but
I mean the first degree.
But we get to the third, we get to the second, that's really like distribution. And all this was written, we're just amending the sentences as you pointed out. But the second one's distributing it. And so your amendment actually applies to the distribution and removing that minimum.
It does, because if if one 19-year-old has a picture on his phone and shares it with another one, I don't know that they automatically ought to serve 2 years in jail if they're not engaged in something more than that. It'll be up to the judge. We're increasing the penalties to let the judge, if they're doing something really bad, this amendment will allow the judge to put them in jail longer. But I'm just taking out the part that says that if the judge hears everything and decides that this is not the appropriate sentence in this case, that they can suspend it and put them on probation for 5 years. And then if they do it again, he can have a 10-year sentence over their head. But I've had experience with a lot of young people, and they just do dumb stuff sometimes. And this is reprehensible, I grant you. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be convicted. I'm not saying they shouldn't be punished. I'm just saying that a judge ought to we elect the judges to carry out the law given the unique circumstances of each case. And I just don't think that we ought to tie the judge's hands in a case where they just may feel like that's just not the right sentence for this young person. We should hold probation over their head for 5 years and make them toe the line. So if I didn't pick it up in February, that was my fault. Or maybe the fact that I'm picking it up now is going to help the House pass it when it gets back over there this time.
Well, that's who knows?
Who knows?
That's very unpredictable there. So isn't it true, and I'm not a lawyer, you know that, did you know, that there are workarounds when there are minimum sentences, that both parties agree that there's ways that someone like this child you're referring to, if both parties agree, because again, if it's something that innocent, that mundane, that child stupidity, which we're all guilty of back when we were teenagers, but isn't there a workaround anyway?
Well, I guess if you're saying they could charge them with a different code section, maybe, but if they charge them with this code section, there wouldn't be a workaround.
Okay, well, that's not what a defense attorney told me, but I'm curious what did you know I'm curious about what the body feels about minimum sentencing? So I'm going to be asking for a roll call vote on your amendment. If we get 5 or not, I don't know.
Well, then I might be moving to carry the bill over. I mean, we want the bill or we don't want the bill.
I know, and I was going to ask you, sometimes on county council, when I was on county council, sometimes I'd go home at night and I would have lost a vote. And my wife would say, well, why are you so cotton picking and happy? You usually come home mad as all get out. And I said, well, you know, sometimes there's 2 right answers. And I would ask you that if nothing else, when I'd come home mad, you know why I'd come home mad? Because we didn't vote. I can't stand it when we don't vote on an issue. I just want to know what the body wants to do, and whatever the body decides, if I lose, I'm always good with that. So I would ask you.
I'm fine with voting. I don't have a problem with this. I'm just saying that I would think in most cases, the judge is going to sentence them and give them a substantial sentence if they actually engaged in child pornography. What I don't want to happen is somebody gets drunk at night and has a picture on their phone and sends it to somebody else, and then they get caught, and they should get caught, and they should get penalized. But if there's their first offense, I just don't think that the judge's hands ought to be tied, that he's got to put them in jail for 2 years and there's no option.
Well, I just would hope that if we vote on this, that you wouldn't put your name on the bill. We will just.
Well, I'm telling you ahead of time that's going to happen. So not that if we vote on it, but if it passes, because I just don't think that that's appropriate in every case. It might be appropriate, and that's why we're going to let the judge decide. I can't imagine that if it's an egregious case that we're increasing the penalties, that the judge wouldn't put them in jail.
I have read cases. Did you know I've read cases where that didn't happen, where there were some adults egregiously possessing images, and I'm talking about these are horrific images. You know, there's a few things that I get excited about in a way, and this is one of them, and that the judge let them walk. I just think that the greater good in this case, now in other crimes, maybe, and maybe crimes of a higher nature, maybe not, but I believe that at some point in time, we need minimum sentencing because, again, I fully believe with what little bit of exposure I have in the judiciary, did you know that I believe that there are workarounds for those kids? And so, therefore, I don't think this actually puts anybody at risk.
Well, next time I get one of those cases, I'm going to come hire you as my associate to figure out what this workaround is, because I'm pretty sure when we put a law in place, the judge has to follow it.
Okay, I'll be glad to, in my billable hour rates.
Well, I'm not going to do that because you'd be engaged in the unauthorized practice of law.
No, I'll just.
But,
well, I was going to tell you my billable rate's $2.50 an hour, so
Okay.
I'll be glad to come. Thank you, sir.
Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you ask?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask if the senator from Orangeburg would yield for a couple questions.
Senator, yield for questions. Senator, yield for questions.
So, Senator, I understand the point you're making about a first-time offender, a young person. But were you aware, Senator, that your amendment, as I read it, and correct me if I'm mistaken, I mean, this would also strip out the mandatory minimum from parts, I'm in Section 3 and looking at Section C, B, and C. I don't think that the hypothetical, were you aware, I don't think the hypothetical you raise is applicable to a person who's in possession of 26 to 250 images, or in Section 3, more than 250 images. And so, Senator, I wonder if you would be willing to consider modifying your amendment so that it captures, I think, the intent of what's before us here, but does so in a way that's more nuanced and would address these more extreme cases with the severity that they deserve.
I would. I mean, I agree. If you got a picture or two on your phone, that's one thing. I think if you've got 250, you must know what you're doing. So I'll move to carry this over so we can work on that amendment, and I'll change that.
Carry over the bill. Motion is to carry over the bill. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Bill's carried over. Go to page 39. H5006. The reading clerk will please read.
Amendment number one by Senator Bennett has been previously carried over. There's a bill. It deletes section 5B from the bill.
Senator from Dorchester, what purpose you ask, sir?
The amendment.
You recognized on your amendment.
Mr. President, this is, it's simple that we talked about the other day on section 5B. There is a line in there that says this item does not apply when a member is also a member of another LLC and there is not an enforceable non-compete provision in the operating agreement. Again, no one was able to explain to anybody on the subcommittee or the committee exactly what that meant. Staff wasn't able to gain any insight on that as either, so I just moved that the amendment will remove that line. That's the only change. Move for adoption.
Pending questions, adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We have an additional amendment. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number two by Senators Hutto, Peeler, Alexander, Massey, and Ott. It's a bill, adds new sections to read.
Senator from Cherokee, what purpose you ask?
I'd like to be heard on the amendment.
You recognize on the amendment. Senator from...
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Ask for leave of the Senator from Martinsburg. The Hutto Peeler amendment I'm dealing with. Members of the Senate, if you remember when we were trying to lower property tax on the people of South Carolina, and we passed legislation dealing with the increase in our homestead exemption from $50,000 to $150,000. I'm pretty sure it was unanimously passed in this Senate. Went over to the House, and if I'm not mistaken, I think the bill has been buried in the Ways and Means legislative cemetery over there. So I don't think they're going to take it up. So this bill that this is amending, it keeps the House's property tax on small businesses. But this amendment ends the bill by adding our homestead exemption bill to it. That's what it is. That amendment is purely is our homestead exemption bill.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor to the amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent that the senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, be added as a co-sponsor? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Lexington, Senator Kennedy, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor.
Is there objection to the senator from Lexington, Senator Kennedy, being added as a co-sponsor? Hearing no objection. Also, Senator Stubbs.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the role of the Senate be applied to the amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the chairman of the committee, the senator from Cherokee, that the role of the Senate be applied to the amendment?
Mr. President.
Hearing no objection.
I love budget time.
The question is adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes unanimously have it. We have no further amendments. Therefore, the question before us is second reading. I'm sorry, the senator from Lexington, Senator Kennedy, what purpose do you rise?
Move to carry over the bill.
Motion is to carry over the bill. State your inquiry.
Is this the property tax bill we're going to carry over?
Yeah, it is.
I'm still looking at something. I like the bill. I love the bill.
Pending question is the motion to carry over by the senator from Lexington, Senator Kennedy, H5006.
My motion.
I'm sorry?
Can I amend my motion? Can we give unanimous consent to amend the motion? To withdraw my motion.
You want to withdraw your motion?
Withdraw my motion and make another motion.
Is there unanimous is there objection to the unanimous consent request to withdraw the motion to carry over H5006? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Lexington, Senator Kennedy, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent to give the bill second reading and allow amendments on third.
In preserving the roll call to third.
Preserving the roll call on third.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to give H5006 a second reading, carrying over the roll call and allowing for amendments on third? Was that your unanimous consent request?
Waive the 3/5.
In waiving the 3/5 rule. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. H5006 gets a second reading of the Senate. We go to the top of page 40, H5113. We have amendments on the desk. The reading clerk will please read. Senator from Kershaw, what purpose you ask?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over H5113. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is carried over. Further on page 40 is H5120.
Committee amendment, Mr. President.
We have a committee amendment. Reading clerk will publish that committee amendment.
The Judiciary Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, Section 1, strike Section 6319, 2020, subsection E, Item 1C, and inserts.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, what purpose do you rise?
President, move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over H5120. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill is carried over. Regs. We continue on on page 41, toward the middle of the page, S1167 by the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee. The reading clerk will read.
Joint resolution approving regulations, Department of Labor Licensing and Regulation, Board of Accountancy, relating to the Board of Accountancy.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to recommit.
Motion is to recommit S1167 to the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is recommitted. We go further on page 41, S1168. Reading clerk will read.
Joint resolution approving regulations, Department of Labor Licensing and Regulation, Building Codes Council, relating to the International Plumbing Code.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise?
To make a motion to recommit this regulation to the LCI Committee.
Is there, all those in favor of the motion to recommit S1168 to the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill is sent back to the committee. Go to the top of page 42, H3570. We have amendments on the desk. The reading clerk will publish the amendment.
Amendment number 1 by Senator Bennett, previously proposed, amends the bill, adds appropriate numbered sections to read.
Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Unanimous consent request to go to Amendment 4.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Dorchester to go to amendment number 4? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. We'll proceed to amendment number 4.
Amendment number 4 by Senator Bennett amends the bill,
Mr.
adds
President.
appropriate numbered sections.
Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you ask?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized. Explain the amendment. Senator from Dorchester.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I appreciate your patience. This is back to the ethics bills that we were talking about yesterday. And I first need to, one, thank the Senator from Aiken for bringing up a few good points. That's most of which is going to be covered in this amendment. And two, to do a little mea culpa. I did not serve you well yesterday in some of the data that I gave you. So as you recall, what we were talking about yesterday is what was disclosed having to do with addresses being not part of the public disclosure any longer on contributions. Senator from Aiken had some concerns about not being able to identify out-of-state contributions. I think that is a very reasonable approach. So what the amendment does is goes back and says that city and state still will be disclosed, but the actual street address will not. So I think it threads that needle of making sure that we're keeping folks that may be concerned about their safety or for other reasons, their private address separate, but still allowing the public to understand whether those contributions were made in state or out of state. And then the other component of the amendment that we were talking about yesterday was the addition of the employer to the disclosures. I know the Senator from Newberry had some concerns about that. A few others had concerns about that. I wanted to bring your attention, after doing a little bit more research for you on that behalf, there are actually upwards in excess of 29 states that require this today. So we are actually an outlier today. We would not be an outlier by going into this space moving forward. Also, the Senator from Aiken brought up that maybe there was some sort of a threshold. Once contributions of a certain level, that would trigger. And that's actually how most other states, if not all other states, deal with this issue. I would also tell you that as we look closer at the statutes that govern our requirements, our disclosure requirements, none of us are really following those statutes today. But we're following it, but we're not following it in a good way, if you will. Because actually, in a clear reading of our statutes, you could argue that there is no disclosure requirements from us or anyone else that takes contributions for campaigns within South Carolina until a $100 threshold is met. In other words, if someone contributes to your campaign or to a school board member's campaign or to a city councilman's campaign, and they donated $50, there's no requirement today under our statutes that we disclose that through our disclosure system. There is a requirement that you maintain those records, then you hold that information in the event that there was either a problem or an audit, but there is no disclosure. So what this bill would really do, what this amendment would really do, is clear things up, bring us more in line with the rest of the country in that disclosures above $100, just like most other states, would require that employer disclosure.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you ask?
Senator Yield for a question.
Certainly.
So, Senator, for a little clarity, you're saying that if someone donated $100 or less, they wouldn't have to be put on the form?
Less than 100. I think the statutes say once we meet that $100 threshold, it has to be disclosed.
Okay, I thought you said above 100, so that's what I was trying to clarify. So, so if I got $1,099 checks in, you don't have to.
You got $1 million, you're going to have to do that all immediately. Yes,
and
you're in violation.
The real question that I had was, you stated earlier that there are 29 other states that are doing something similar to this. You know, can you tell us which states those are?
Let me see if I brought that with me.
And perhaps identify them as red states or blue states?
They're all over the place. Georgia is one of them. I think North Carolina is one of them. Like I said, I think JJ may be handing you a list right now. They are red and blue states from all over the country, Senator.
That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you ask?
Senator from Dorchester will yield for a couple of questions.
Senator, yield for questions.
Absolutely.
Senator, yield for questions.
Really, just one is a real practical question. I'm listening to your presentation. I remember that about the $100, that $1 to 99. I've been reporting this stuff since 1998, so it's been a really long, I've done a bunch of them and reported every dollar. You know, I've just as a matter of practice, but I didn't have to.
Senator, I think everybody does what you do, but you're right, you don't have to.
And so if I don't, if I change my approach now and I get this money in, I should keep a record of it.
You have to maintain a record of it internally.
And so I could just have a piece of notebook paper in my folder there that says $99 from Smith and $98 from Jones.
Yes, sir.
I would deposit it into my campaign account.
Yes, sir.
I guess what I'm thinking about the audit function that we were using our bank accounts.
Does it make it more challenging for our audits if everybody did that?
Right. I mean,
yes,
if we do that, your number in your bank account is not going to match your number in your report. And if you get enough of these, I mean, there are, you know, with Act Blue and some of the small donor efforts that are taking place in modern, sort of national donations in modern campaigning, that could get to be a significant amount of money depending on the campaign. True. All right. But it would be a different. I guess from an audit standpoint,
that doesn't prevent the governing body, whether it's the Senate Ethics Committee in our instance, the House Ethics Committee in the Houses, or the State Ethics Commission from doing an audit.
Yeah.
And saying, hey, your bank records don't match.
There's a $40,000 difference here. Can you explain this? And I can pull out my sheet out of my notebook, out of my folder that says, well, Jones gave me $98.
That's correct. And the auditor would check that box off, said you complied, and there are no problems there.
Okay. I guess, and we had this quick question offline, and I understand the goal, I think, but I was curious how many investigations, not who but if you could tell me in your term or in your knowledge of Senate ethics, how many investigations have you been involved in where there were a company that is funneling money to, the problem that you laid out, this potential problem, how frequent is this kind of a problem? Because it seems to me, and I'll finish my question, it seems to me that if I've got $50,000 I want to put into somebody's campaign, and I'm only one person or one company, that the way to do it, the way we do it now, the way it seems to be done, just watch another, I don't have a PAC myself, but statewide offices, national offices seem to all have their own PACs, that person just forms a PAC. You get around the whole thing, you can put 50,000 in indirectly, and you don't have to worry about getting involved in all of this. Well, let me find 50 employees that'll sign up for this conspiracy.
Yep.
I mean, wouldn't the use of those sort of PACs kind of take that? No, why would anybody want to commit that crime anymore if you have this very easy legal method to accomplish the same thing?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Senator, I would say that I'm not necessarily alleging a crime has taken place. I mean, there's no law against 1,000 employees from the same company from contributing to campaigns. And there wouldn't be an investigation necessarily into that. It's more of a public disclosure thing. On the one hand, is there illegalities? Maybe, maybe not, probably not. On the other side, is there a public disclosure, a benefit to public disclosure of the public knowing that you had 1,000 employees from one company funding a campaign? Those are two completely different things. But yes, I mean, I think your initial observation is accurate. The dark money, the PAC money, those sorts of things. We've attempted to deal with those issues as well and have been stiff-armed every step of the way. And it's one of the challenges, you know, one of the challenges that I have, Senator, in my position, not only as a member of this body, an equal member of this body, but as chairman of the Ethics Committee, we field calls and emails and questions regularly about why aren't you doing something about X, or why didn't you do something about Y? And it's very difficult sometimes to explain to the public that our ethics statutes are very narrowly drawn, give us very limited jurisdiction over a limited number of items. And sometimes people understand that, sometimes they just don't. They say, well, that's bad acting. You should be in charge of policing bad acting. And, you know, we're not an internal investigations unit, but it's a challenge. But every time that we recognize those weaknesses from time to time and we come forward with recommendations, there are real challenges making changes to those ethics laws. A lot of that is reasonable and should be part of the process. Let's make sure that we're looking at the unintended consequences, as we should in every piece of legislation. But that issue that you're talking about specifically with regard to PACs and dark money is an issue that we've tried to address.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of us have over the years in different bills for sure. I guess the last, do you perceive an unintended consequence might be that a potential donor does not want to implicate, doesn't really want to either reveal to their employer or you know, bring some attention to their employer. I'm giving a personal donation. It's got nothing at all to do with that. My employer, I mean, that's totally disconnected from my employer. But you know, my employer wants to stay politically neutral. I mean, because you know it's bad business to get involved in this contested race. So because my employer wants to stay neutral, I'm going to be chilled in my desire to make this contribution. Do you feel like that might be an unintended consequence of this policy?
I feel that it may be an unintended consequence. Whether or not it's a consequence that rises to a level of a concern for me, I don't think I have that concern. I certainly don't dismiss it, but I know that in excess of 29 states are doing it. We're not an outlier. We're not asking people in South Carolina to do something different than anybody else in the country. So I don't share those concerns.
Thank you.
Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Sixth Senator here for a couple questions.
Senator, you're for
Absolutely.
questions.
Yep.
Senator, you're for questions.
Senator, you heard my concerns yesterday. It's when you call these folks and say, you know, I need to know who your employer is, and they say, well, wait a minute. Why do you need to know my employer? I'm making this contribution to you, so you don't need my personal information. Senator, you know that it's hard enough to raise funds now. I'm sure you know that.
Sure.
And I see this as just sort of a roadblock. But let me ask you now, out of those 29 states that you mentioned, what kind of a contribution limit do those 29 states have? I think South Carolina is one of the lowest limits of the majority of the states, but I don't have that information. Yeah. I don't know if JJ has it or not. But
yeah, we could certainly get that. I mean, I would tell you, you are correct. I think South Carolina, just anecdotally speaking, since the last time I really looked at it, South Carolina does have relatively low limits from your total contributions. Now, the thresholds of these 29 plus states vary from state to state of when those disclosure requirements of employers kick in. Most of them are around $100. They go on upwards of $250, I think, was probably the most other frequent figure that I saw. But I don't have for you today, you know, what the actual contribution limits per contributor are in other states. But yes, we are among the lowest in the country.
And Senator, that goes to back to my original question about, it's so hard to raise funds, and we have such a small limit there, $1,000 compared to, I've seen some that go pretty dadgum high. Let me ask you, would it not just be feasible to do a whole revamp of the whole ethics law in South Carolina? I mean, the entire thing, rather than just piecemealing here and there, and we don't know how this is going to, you know, I think we keep hamstringing ourselves. And there was another question I had on my mind, and it just dropped off on that. But I really and truly, I'm just concerned about people. They're already concerned. Oh, I know what it was. These PACs. Did we not pass legislation or a bill or something years ago that prohibited the Senate members from having a PAC? Did we do that?
We had that by rule, but court rulings have overridden that and said that, you know, anybody can have a PAC.
Okay. So, yes, sir. And Senator, I got to agree with some of the other senators. You know, I thought we were still under that rule that we couldn't have a PAC. I mean, it certainly pay you to go out and have a PAC, and then basically they can give you what they want to. Nobody has to disclose it. And then, you know, I've had people that maybe where the business gave me $1,000 and maybe the person themselves gave me, and I'm sure everybody in here has at some point in time, but that creates a problem for them because they are limited to $1,000. Senator, rather than picking on stuff like this, and maybe you and JJ have had problems with it, I don't know, with people calling you, but I think we're maybe overreaching a little bit here because it does, when you call somebody and say, hey, I need your employer, you wrote me a check for $500, but I got to know who you work for, they're going to tell me to send that check back to them. Senator, did you know?
They may, Senator. They may, Senator, but my guess is most of them will not. Most of them will not.
Senator from Kershaw, then I'll come to Senator. What purpose do you have, sir?
Senator Yield for a question.
Senator Yield. Senator Yield for a question.
In this bill, can you tell me how LLCs themselves will be treated? So LLC writes a check. Tell me about who's the employee there. Talk to me through that process, if you don't mind.
Well, LLCs, as you know, can write checks.
They're independent. They're their own person, I believe, is the
It doesn't speak to members of LLCs in here. Okay. This is truly an employment situation. So if you're employed by an entity, so if you were employed by the LLC, you would definitely have to disclose the LLC. If you're a member, that is an area where there's potential skirting.
Okay. So if I work for Joe Schmo and I'm an employee there, but I have my own LLC for trash pickup in the community, my LLC can write a check without disclosing my employer.
They write a check as an entity, so the entity writes the check. Okay. Yes.
So in this instance, the entity would not have to disclose their employer. But
there is no employer if it's an entity.
I would agree. But if I work for somebody else and I write you or me or anyone else a check, then I'm going to tell everyone who I work for.
Correct.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Senator from Chester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if Senator will yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Yield for questions. Senator Yield for questions.
Thank you, sir. I'm trying, what's the public interest behind employer relationships being divulged pursuant to this?
As I explained yesterday, there is no way for the public to know whether there is any type of coordination, for instance, of a large employer, even a small employer. And I think that's public. I think public information is important. Sunlight is important to know where contributions are made. So for instance, if I have a business with 100 employees and I am influencing my employees or encouraging my employees, or even if I'm not encouraging my employees, my employees think that that you are a wonderful senator and they want to contribute. I think it's important for the public to understand that that's coming from basically one entity or an associated entity. That's the public interest. That's why so many states out there require that. There's also no way to really understand that as you look back over a history.
Well, and let me ask you this too, because you know, the senator from Newberry brought up a good point. I've got a problem with, you know, all these, you know, the dark money of the world, these PACs, these, you know, organizations.
We have a bill for you, Senator.
Yep,
We have a bill for you.
and I think we're going to get into that hopefully soon. But, you know, I kind of have a problem with if a South Carolinian wants to make a disclosure to someone that's running for office in South Carolina, having to jump through more hoops than these other organizations that might not have any ties to the state of South Carolina. And we have limitations. We talked about the fact that it's $1,000. A lot of states are a lot higher than that. And it just seems a little more intrusive on the everyday South Carolinian that we apply these rules to us, and yet the rest of the world, they don't seem to have any types of barriers or.
Senator, I could argue that that's what we do every day when we do a regulation on a business. We're typically doing regulations because there's been bad actors out there, and the bad actors continue not to care. It's the good actors that get caught up in having to comply with the regulations. It's the same thing with criminal code. It's the bad actors that we're passing laws for. It's oftentimes the non-bad actors that have to bear the brunt of living in that free society.
Well, and you made mention about the employer and the employee and the potential for, you know, essentially a conspiracy that the employer tells all his employees. Well, even if that were to happen, right, does merely just reporting your employer, does that create an issue where the Ethics Commission will investigate the purpose or the means for which? Or
no, again, remember, this is public disclosure so the public can make decisions. And it's disclosure only. And I'll go to the dark money bill, for instance, that we've had up that people have objected to or held up. That too is simply a disclosure. It doesn't keep people from, it doesn't limit how much you can spend or contribute. It doesn't limit how a PAC can spend that money. You can do whatever you want. It's simply making sure the public knows who's involved in that. And sometimes, particularly in dark money and PACs, for instance, it could be tens of millions of dollars, maybe not in a state Senate race for sure, but constitutional offices, certainly federal offices, those sorts of things, you could have tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars contributed to these PACs. And oftentimes, it's done by one or a handful of people, right? And that's really what that disclosure is about. If there's, you know, $10,000, $100,000, $10 million spent on a race for or against someone or an issue, and it's one person behind that, I think the public has a right to know that, or at least the public has the right to say whether or not that bothers them or not. Same thing here. If we've got one company all of a sudden that we see are contributing, 90 to 100% of someone's contributions, I think that's something that the public would be interested to know about. Data center, for instance, right?
Yes, sir. So, and let me ask you about the occupation versus employer thing. Is there really need to list the occupation if you're listing your employer?
I mean, I could probably sit here and think of some scenarios where that would be beneficial and not be necessary, but.
And the reason, I had some people that made contributions to me that, they weren't even sure how to answer, what they do for a living because they do multiple things.
Entrepreneur,
well, exactly.
Business owner.
Self-employed.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
And it's kind of one of those things, nobody intended to give any false information. They just don't know what, me, for instance, I have some rental properties. I'm an attorney. I try to do some, some both residential and commercial property stuff. I mean, now I'm a senator. Do I put senator down? I mean, so.
No, I think it would be something that you just spend most of your time on.
Well, that's definitely Senate. I can promise you that. Not so much lawyer these days, but so that's why I'm kind of asking, because what I don't want to have happen is I don't want people, especially South Carolinians, to be fearful of participating in the process of elections, whether that's contribution or voting or any of those things. And so that's just why I wanted to kind of work through the process.
Senator, I certainly understand that viewpoint. I would argue that today, as we stand here today, somebody has to put down their name and their home address. I mean, that's a lot of information already, right? And if that doesn't chill you, then I'm not sure how adding an employer can chill you any further.
It wouldn't chill me, but then again, I was bold enough to run for public office.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So, and I'm not thinking about folks like me, honestly. If I feel convicted in something, then I'll support it 110%. But there aren't people that necessarily are as comfortable as I would be.
I understand that, Senator, and I think that's just one of the challenges that we have whenever we talk about, and I didn't mean to sound dismissive earlier where I said we're unable to make changes to any of our ethics laws. But it's hard because you do have to think through all these unintended consequences and scenarios and how does this apply to this person but not that person. It's a challenge. I think that public disclosure, though, of having the public understand where those people that are running for public office are receiving their funds, and if there's a concentration in those funds, I think that is public information that is important. Move for adoption.
Pending question, Senator from Calhoun, what purpose you ask?
See if Senator would yield for a couple of questions.
Senator, you have a question.
Certainly.
Thank you, Senator. And I appreciate it. I've really enjoyed listening to the back and forth, the questions and the answers, and I certainly think that it warrants further discussion. I guess I have two questions. I guess what I am struggling with, I understand why you're putting it up, going back again, talking about the actual employer, not the occupation. I think you just articulated it at the very end of your line of questioning with Senator Stubbs, but you're not suggesting that is illegal. In other words, that's what I'm trying. So I'm trying to understand then you just feel like the public deserves to know if a large quantity of employees from one business or company are deciding to give contributions to a candidate.
If there is a significant issue being debated on the floor of this Senate, for instance, and it's a controversial issue, and there are people on one side that says this is great for this organization, and that organization is going to bring tremendous tax dollars to the state of South Carolina. And there's a group of people that says that may be the case, but this will negatively affect the people of South Carolina, the environment of South Carolina, whatever public interest there is. And there are members of the body that have for 5 or 6 years received significant contributions.
Hard to define, but go ahead.
Right. From that entity or that industry. I think that's something the public would want to know. And I think that's something that we would want the public to know. How many times have you, maybe not you, but we're talking anecdotally, how many times do you think people have gone back to their districts and just have people rifle them and say, you're on the take. You got to be on the take if you're voting for this for this issue. And you and I and everybody in here know that that's not the case, and the amount of time that's spent evaluating the situation and the fact that there will be good people that differ in views, right? But wouldn't it be nice to be able to say, what are you talking about on the take? I mean, here's a disclosure of everything that I've received. There's nothing that would indicate that that's a challenge.
Right, and I guess my concern is this could actually do just the opposite, right? Would it be wrong for a member of the Senate who has a large employer that is very important to their district, just let me finish this, that is very important to their district, and they want to protect, but a bill is proposed, a law is proposed, that would essentially run said business out of the state of South Carolina. Yeah. All right? And this senator goes to bat for the company and fights hard. If that's viewed by the employees as this is my senator fighting to keep my job, and all of them want to contribute to the said senator, in the scenario that you laid out, someone could say, see, he's on the take from this company. No, he's just doing his job. He or her are just doing their job and fighting for something that is very important to their community. Yeah. And I guess that's where I'm struggling with.
I agree with the Senator. In a scenario like that, I can't disagree with that. But I would argue that you absolutely have that a defense there. You know, what are you talking about? These are people that live in my community.
The question just
but you're able to have those discussions.
Should someone have
right?
to defend that?
Yeah, you're able to have those discussions.
And should the business have to defend then potentially disparaging attacks against them and their employees from, you know, the opposition to whatever we're talking about, right? Whatever hypothetical we're talking about. And I just don't know if they should. So that's what I struggle with. I guess my final question would be, it seems like it's generated a lot of questions. And I wonder if you would be willing to split this amendment that you have, which encompasses something that I don't think is very controversial, which is to take away the home address and then require just the city and the state for the disclosures. Get that done if it's pretty straightforward, and then have a separate vote on an amendment for what we've just spent the time discussing.
Senator, this is the amendment that's in front of us. I think it's important. I think we should take it up. And if it's not the will of the body, it's not the will of the body.
I'd hate to, I understand that. I mean, I just think there's legitimate questions and concerns that deserve debate. I'd hate to lose out on what we feel good about at the expense of a portion or two. Yeah. But I just put it up for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose you ask?
I'll yield to the Senator Spartanburg over there.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose you ask?
I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Motion is to table the amendment. Roll call has been requested to 5 members. 1, 2, 3, more than 5. Clerk will ring the bell. Before we go to the roll call, I'm going to recognize Senator from Berkeley, Senator Adams. What purpose do you rise?
Introduction.
I'm going to recognize the Senator from Berkeley, Senator Adams, for introduction, and ask that you give him your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could have my unanimous consent to have my grandchildren behind the rail. I figured we would, these are only 4 of them. I've been blessed today to come up here. You can see my shy ones, and my one is not very shy. She's showing us everything. These are 4 of my grandchildren, and I've been blessed today to have my family here. If they would kind of stand up real quick so everybody could see y'all. Some are not here. They got stuck at work. They're on their way. But these are 3 of my grandchildren. I got 3 more. And I've been blessed. I got a daughter-in-law that's up there now that she is pregnant. And I got another daughter-in-law. She is pregnant. They're both due within very few days apart. And as you can see, my kids like to have kids very close together. And also, I just got told while she got here that my daughter is also pregnant. So that'll be 8, 9, and 10. So, and I'm going to tell you, we're all honored to be able to serve in this chamber, but there's nothing like serving your family. So I'd like the Senate to please welcome my family and my grandchildren, and thank you all so much.
Well, welcome to the Senate. Stand up, all of you. Delighted to have you. Delighted to have you here. Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, what purpose are you asking?
See if the senator will yield for a question.
I will.
Senator, do they call you Peepaw or Papa?
Well, they actually call me Pap. That's a family name, and this is what's good. So this has turned out to be my little buddy right here, and this is our youngest right now. This is Lila, and she does not say. She just now started saying Mimi. That my wife is Mimi. I'm Pap. But this is the best part. Lila, say Pap's the best. So, luckily, she can't ask for a Corvette yet because I'd probably be buying it for her. Thank y'all. Yeah.
We're honored. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose are you asking?
I thought he was already left. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yep. Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose are you asking?
See if the senator yield for a question.
I will.
Senator yield for question. Senator yield for question.
Does Pap change diapers?
No, Pap's done with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator from Berkeley. It's a pleasure to have your family here with us today. It's a great honor. Getting ready to go into the roll call. What's the
Move to carry over.
bill is contested? We'll continue on our calendar. Senator, stand at ease momentarily. Go to the top of the page, continuing second reading. Page 43, H 4635.
Committee amendment, Mr.
I have
President.
a committee amendment on the desk. Senator from Greenwood, state your inquiry.
How many amendments are on the desk?
Other than committee amendment, just one.
I'm informed we have the committee amendment and one additional amendment. I ask the reading clerk to publish the committee amendment.
Medical Affairs Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill in Section 1, strike Section 4479, 60, subitem 4, and inserts.
Unanimous consent.
State your request.
Request that we go to the First Amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Greenwood to go to the First Amendment? Here, no objection. So ordered. We go to First Amendment. The reading clerk will publish the amendment.
Amendment number 1 by Senator Verdon amends the bill in Section 1, strike Section 4479-64, and adds item 4.
Senator from Greenwood, what purpose you ask?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized to explain the amendment. Senator from Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this is the Physical Fitness Service Contracts Bill, and the amendment changes paragraph 4, and it changes it, and basically what it deals with is automatic renewals and the methods for automatic renewals, the responsibility of the provider, as well as the responsibility of the customer. There's automatic renewals provided that the customer sign an initial for that, and then as it gets near the end, the owner, if he wants to, he can notify them about the option for an automatic extension if he wants it or not.
Pending. Senator from Chester, what purpose do you ask, sir?
See if Senator will yield for a question.
Yes.
Yield for question. Senator yields for question.
Is this like a Anytime Fitness or Planet Fit? Is that what this contract is?
A physical fitness, one of these physical fitness companies, there's a question as to how you notify as to a renewal, and this requires that you do it either in writing or electronically, depending on what the customer requests.
Thank you for your clarity. I just wanted to make sure that was right. Thank you, sir.
Sir. Motion to adopt the amendment.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We have the committee amendment before us.
At this time, Mr. President, I'd ask the body to allow me to table the committee amendment.
Motion is to table the committee amendment. All those in favor of the motion to table the committee amendment would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is tabled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Greenwood. We have no further amendments. Therefore, the question is second reading of H. Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you ask, sir?
I have a unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
I ask unanimous consent to give this bill second reading and holding the roll call vote to third reading and waiving the 3/5 requirement for any amendments on third reading.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Aiken to give the bill a second reading today, preserving the roll call to third reading, waiving the 3/5 rule for amendments on third? Is there objection to that request? Hearing no objection, so ordered. It's granted. H 4635 receives a second reading of the Senate. We now go to page 47. Top of the page, H 3551. Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble, what purpose do you rise?
Explain the amendment in the bill.
I'm going to publish the committee amendment. Reading clerk, please read.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment, amends the bill, strike Section 1B and inserts.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble.
I think we're having a committee amendment.
That is the committee amendment.
I'm sorry. The committee amendment simply updates the tax year to 2025 and 26.
Motion is to adopt the committee amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. We have no further amendments. Therefore, the question before the body is second reading of H 3551. Second reading of H 3551. Pursuant to Rule 16, that bill receives a second reading of the Senate. Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you rise?
For a brief introduction.
You're recognized, sir, for introduction. Senator from Sumter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this brief. I know it's been a long day for everybody, but I just want to express my gratitude to the doctor of the day today, coming in all the way from Manning, South Carolina, right in the heart of the 36th Senate District. And so I want to just give a brief background on her and her contribution. So today I have the distinct honor of welcoming Dr. Lisa Heichberger of Manning. She practices family medicine. She's been practicing for as I see it, 25 years or so, significant medical experience. She's graduated from Jacobs School of Medicine in the University of Buffalo. So my research is right on the money today. She practices primary care and family medicine, treating a wide range of conditions, including hypertension, high cholesterol, and general preventative care. She's affiliated with the McLeod Health System in Clarendon County. And she is board certified in family medicine, credentialed lifestyle medicine, and fills many leadership roles within the hospital associations. Also with her is Dr. Shoemaker. Am I saying that right? Shoemaker, who's an intern resident with McLeod in Clarendon as well. So we just appreciate you so much for your contributions and your great efforts in moving rural health care forward, and thank you for coming to visit us today in the General Assembly. And so, Senators, I ask you just help me welcome Dr. Heichberger to the Senate today. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you with us today. Thank you for serving as our doctor of the day. Thank you so much. We continue on page 47, middle of the page, H 3841. We have a committee amendment.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, strike section 3 and inserts.
Explanations requested. Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, what purpose do you ask, sir?
To explain the amendment and the amendment and the bill.
You're recognized on both.
This bill came out of Finance yesterday. This bill basically deals, Section 1 of this bill adds a new sub-item to Section 1243-220, stating that when a property owner dies, the property receiving the owner-occupied special assessment ratio shall continue to receive the assessment ratio until the decedent's estate is closed upon recording of a deed or deed of distribution from the estate, or after December 31st of the year following the date of the death, whichever occurs first. Section 2 of the bill, when an owner of the real property dies, the property shall continue to receive any property tax exemption it was receiving at the time of death until the decedent's estate is closed upon the recording of a deed or deed of distribution out of the estate, or after December 31st of the year following the date of the death, whichever occurs first. The bill simply the subcommittee amendment simply updates the tax year reference.
Pending question is the adoption of the committee amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment. We have no further amendments. Question is, second reading of H 3841. Second reading of the bill. Pursuant to Rule 16, H 3841 will receive a second reading of the Senate. Go further on page 47, H 3863. The reading clerk, please. We have a committee amendment. The reading clerk will publish the committee amendment.
Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill in Section 2. It strikes Section 13-1-2230, subsection B, item 1F, and inserts.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you ask, sir?
To explain the committee amendment and the underlying bill.
You're recognized, sir, on both. Senator from Beaufort is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 3863 is known as the South Carolina STEM Opportunity Act, and its purpose is to look at existing state agencies, state-funded entities, not-for-profits, private businesses, entities, organizations, and industries that share the goal of building a technology-ready STEM workforce, and it sets up a STEM education fund to facilitate their efforts in raising private contributions to that fund for further expenditure for the purposes stated. The committee amendment corrected some, it's technical in some respects. It stated that the advisory council would consist of 11 members, but there were 12 members listed to the advisory council, so the subcommittee recommendation was to reduce the number of members appointed by the governor from 3 to 2 in order to conform with the 11 members that's stated in the bill. It provides for the date of initial appointments to be made to the advisory council in August 1, 2026. The bill as presented had said August 1, 2025. A further technical amendment is a name change. We now have a Department of Employment and Workforce Coordinating Council, or that was how it was referenced in the bill. That has been amended because of a bill we passed a couple years ago to the Department of Employment and Workforce Coordinating Council on Workforce Development. So there is that name change. And the fourth amendment, I think, was really the most substantive. We added language to the bill to clarify that the duties and responsibilities of the coalition were subject to the availability of private donations. The bill, as presented, had referenced appropriations, and we didn't want there to be an implicit obligation for the state general fund to fund this particular STEM fund. So, Mr. President, those are the subcommittee amendments to the bill. And if there are no questions, I would move adoption of the subcommittee amendment.
Question is adoption of the subcommittee amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The subcommittee amendment is adopted.
Mr. President, I'm prepared to answer any questions members may have in regard to this bill as amended. We can either move for second reading if there are no questions. I want to make sure that members have an opportunity to consider the amendment and consider the bill. So I guess I'll see what's going to happen. I'll move second reading of the bill as amended.
Pending question is second reading of H 3863. Pending question. Second reading. 3863. Pursuant to Rule 16, H 3863 will receive a second reading of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator from Beaufort. Mr. Chairman. We go to page 49, bottom of the page, H 4477. We have a committee amendment.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, strike section 2 and inserts.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose you rise, sir?
To explain the committee amendment and the underlying bill.
You're recognized, sir. Senator from Beaufort.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the objective of this House bill is straightforward. Oftentimes, well, there's a phenomenon in South Carolina, and in particular the Low Country, something called heirs property. And it really dates back to 1865 when the direct tax commissioners divided up large chunks of the Low Country into 10-acre blocks and then granted those 10-acre blocks to head of families, which were formerly enslaved individuals. Because the Sea Islands did not have bridges back then and the ability to get to the courthouse to do probate and for other reasons, a lot of these tracts of land have passed via intestacy, not only in the first instance, but subsequently when individuals by operation of law have an undivided interest, they die without a will, and it further complicates and makes the title of the property really unmarketable. That's referred to as heirs property. That's what we call heirs property. And then I've done a lot of work in regard to heirs property in the 41 years that I practiced law. And there are ways that you can go about clearing title to the property. One of the ways is to file a partition action, quiet title action in the court, in which case the master in equity typically finds who the heirs are, makes a declaration of who the owners are, and then often issues a partition deed dividing the property up in kind among the heirs. Several assessors treat that particular order by a master in equity as triggering an assessment, ATI, as triggering assessment of property. So the bill as presented by the House would declare that that particular action, although it did represent a transfer of the fee interest in real property via the master, that would not be grounds for a reassessment. It would not trigger a reassessment as a typical sale would do, Senator from Marion. The House bill limited the instances in which there was not an a reassessment to court-ordered partitions. Many times, however, heirs undertake to try to clear the matter themselves. They execute quitclaim deeds to a family member with the idea that that family member will then hold title to the property perhaps for 10 years or 20 years and make a presumption of grant argument. The committee amendment, which was the companion Senate bill that I had offered, and which we're talking about right now, would expand the non-assessable transfer to include not only transfers ordered by the master, but also those efforts by individuals amongst themselves to convey undivided interest in property to clear title in that way. So, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer questions that members may have. Anyway, at the
Senator from
appropriate time.
Sumter, what purpose do you raise?
Thank you, Mr. President. See if the senator yields for question.
Senator yields for question.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Senator. I really appreciate your heavy lift on this and the House's effort as well. This bill sort of matriculated pretty quickly, but this is not a new issue, as we're aware of, and thank you for making this body even more aware of that. I just have a couple questions regarding the bill overall. And really because you speak at such high level, and I understand. Thank you so much for trying to dumb it down to my 8th grade comprehension. So, if just in the clearest terms and easiest terms you can, will this help titles? Will this help families clear property titles without raising their taxes?
Well, it certainly. I mean, it doesn't necessarily help them clear title. It allows them to avoid a reassessment of their property to the current fair market value when they undertake that effort. So it provides them some financial relief. But in terms of the mechanisms they use to clear title, this bill doesn't address that. It addresses the absence of an assessable transfer of interest provision.
And could you explain what
Yeah,
that is?
typically, I mean, it's every 5 years I think it's under Act 388. Every 5 years, we reassess property. And there are certain caps in regard to millage. There are certain caps in regard to cost of living and things of that nature. But in between those 5-year cycles, if a party conveys real property, you look at the market value and the assessor bumps it up to that market value immediately upon that transfer. And so what's been happening here, not all assessors, because some assessors are recognizing what's going on and they don't